Vice Chairman, Inland Waterways Authority of India, Shri Jan Singh, General Secretary, Sagarmala, Shri Bhushan Kumar, and from the host team, Chairman PPA, Shri P.L. Haranad, and Deputy Chairman, Shri A.K. Bush. May I request the host team to please escort our special guest onto the dais, please. Can we have a round of applause for the dignitaries for the inaugural session of Gati Shakti Multimodal Maritime Regional Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, it is definitely a very special protocol and tradition of the land to present fresh flowers to special dignitaries. May I request the Deputy Chairman, PPA, to do the honor, please. And I request Secretary PPA Shri P.N. Bahikarji to present a bouquet to Deputy Chairman PPA Shri A.K. Bose. Thank you, gentlemen, for doing the honors. Setting the context, you know that in as early as 3000 BC, India had already connected to the world and made itself a major trade player through maritime trade. So it's time we go back to our forte and start playing front foot again. And that's exactly what the objective of Gati Shakti and Sagarmala are, to unlock the potentials of the waterways again. And being one of the major players, having highest handling capacity, impeccable track record, and significant history, Paradip Port Authority is definitely the best host team. Time for the formal welcome address. May I request Chairman PPA Shri P.L. Haranad to do the honor, please.
Good morning to all of you. At the outset, I welcome Honorable Chief Secretary, Government of Orissa, Sri Suresh Chandra Mahapatra ji, Shri Rinkesh Rai, DRM East Coast Railway, Shri Jain Singh, Vice Chairman, Inland Waterway Authority of India, Shri Bhushan Kumar, J.S. Sagarmala, Minister of Port Shipping and Waterways, and Shri Ashish Bose, Deputy Chairman PPA, and all the participants and who have made it convenient to physically attend, as well as the distinguished guests who are watching the proceedings online, and welcome to all of you. So I have a small presentation to make and on this occasion. So first, if you see the big picture of Indian economy, the big picture says India is the fastest growing economies in the world, one of the fastest growing economies in the world. The GDP of India is expected to go from $3.2 trillion as on date to more than $32 trillion by 2047, the Amrit Kal. With this growth rate, the port traffic growth rate is very closely related with the GDP growth rate. With this kind of GDP growth rate in the next 25 years, we expect the Indian port traffic put together from the major as well as the non-major ports is expected to grow from 1.2 billion tons as on date to almost a base scenario says about 5.5 billion tons of traffic in the Indian port sector is expected to handle by 2047. Of course, the capacity augmentation that is required to handle 5.5 billion tons of traffic will be approximately more than 8 billion ton of capacity is required to be created in the Indian port sector against the current 2.5 billion ton of traffic handling capacity existing at both major ports and non-major ports. This traffic, which is almost about more than 8 billion tons, is not only expected to come only from major ports, and there will be substantial chunk of this expansion is expected to come from the non-major ports. Next slide. So you can see the traffic growth in the last 15 years. If you can see, the major port cargo growth rate is almost less than 2 times it has gone up for the last 15 years, and whereas the non-major ports almost has gone up about 2.5 times it has gone up. So the main reason is the number of non-major ports has gone up tremendously in the last 15 years. So thereby substantial volumes have been handled by the non-major ports also in addition to the major ports. And the traffic grew at almost about 5.61% of CAGR in the last 15 years in the port traffic. Next slide. So you can see that major commodities, only 2 commodities constitute 50% of the traffic handled by port sector. The last year figures if you take, after the total 1.2 billion tons, so almost 50% is fuel traffic and the coal traffic. In the other category, substantial volumes are handled, mostly it is a container traffic. So a few ports like Jawaharlal Nehru Port and Chennai and Kolkata and Cochin, these ports handle substantial volumes of containers as far as major ports are concerned. The next slide. So if you see the capacity of the major ports as on date, we have 2500 million tons of capacity, out of which 1.5 billion tons is major ports and 1 billion ton is from the non-major ports. So if you see Orissa we have one major port, that is the Paradip port, whose capacity is about 279 million tons as on date. It is expected to go and to 300 million tons by 2025. In fact, Paradip port will become the first major port who has crossed 300 million tons by 2025 in this country. In Orissa, we have 14 non-major ports, out of which 2 are operational as on date, whose capacity is about 70 million tons. Next slide. If you can see the modal mix of the major port evacuation, as on date it is skewed towards the road traffic. Almost 34% of the traffic carried by the exim traffic carried by all ports put together, major ports, is about by road. So this is actually increasing the logistic cost. The main reason in India for increased logistic cost is only 2 reasons. One is increased dependence on the road share of modal mix, and second one is the distance the cargo is expected to travel, which is almost about 500 kilometers average it travels in India, because the industries are located not closer to the coastal regions, they are located deeper in the hinterland. But in the next 25 years, so with the emphasis that is being given on the port-led industrialization, with the growth of inland waterways, as well as the pipelines, all these factors, and also the railway capacity augmentation works which are happening, the road traffic modal share is expected to drastically come down. Of course, in absolute volumes it may grow, but the percentage wise it is expected to come down, which is a good sign, which will result in decrease in logistic cost in the next 20 years substantially. Next slide. The main game changers which are in the Indian port sector, if you flag a few game changers, the first one is the Sagarmala program, and it has been launched by the Honorable Prime Minister of the country in 2015. In the last 7 years, substantial capacity augmentation has been done in the major port sector. So you can see more than 1500 projects worth of about 6.5 lakh crores is already gone into the system. The J.S. Sagarmala from the Minister of Ports and Shipping is here. He will be speaking in detail about the Sagarmala program. Apart from that, the Maritime Vision 2030, which has been launched, so it will envisions to convert the port sector into high productive, a sustainable system where we will be able to tap the potential of exim traffic in India, at the same time compete internationally and reduce our logistic cost, improve our economy. That is the purpose of our Maritime Vision 2030, and it has been launched, and all the ports have been made a substantial progress, especially the major ports, as far as Maritime Vision initiatives are concerned. And the Major Port Authority Act has given us a lot of autonomy for the major ports and inducted the professionalism in the Indian port sector, which is very much required, and it has been notified in the November 2021. And we have a national monetization pipeline. This pipeline, and we are bringing about almost in the port sector, 32 projects are on with worth of about more than 12,000 crores of rupees is already on as a part of national monetization pipeline. And of course, today's program is basically the PM Gati Shakti Master Plan. It was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister in the October last year. We are celebrating the first year of Gati Shakti, and under Gati Shakti, almost about 101 projects worth of about around 60,000 crores are already on, which are mainly which are concentrating on the connectivities to the port sector. Of course, we are all developing the Amritkala Vision 2047. As I said that the port, every port has developed its vision. Accordingly, it will prepare a master plan and it will go about it. Having known that this kind of capacity augmentation is happening in the port sector, and there is a potential that exists because of the increase in the GDP growth rate, now it is imperative to connect the ports with a proper multimodal connectivity modes. So that's why the Gati Shakti National Master Plan will play a key role in developing these connectivities, because the cargo evacuation, cargo aggregation plays a very, very important role, significant role. The ports cannot operate in isolation unless a matching connectivities exist, and this capacity utilization of the ports will be impacted drastically. That's why the Gati Shakti plays a vital role in the performance of this EXIM traffic as well as the Indian economy as a whole. The PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, next slide. It is basically an approach to reduce the logistic cost as well as the improve logistic efficiency and create a congenial logistic environment so that our EXIM traffic will be able to compete globally. And it plans to integrate the capabilities of different organizations and bring in an integrated manner and bring about the best in project execution, planning, as well as in reducing the logistic cost of the country. So we have in fact Gati Shakti National Master Plan, which has been developed by the BISAJ, Bhaskaracharya Institute, is the nodal agency for this. And it has 1500 plus GS layers are there. All these layers talk to each other. So it's very easy now to prepare a DPR. Normally for the preparation of a DPR, normally a big project, it will take not less than 2 years. Survey will be there, then sanction after survey, then DPR preparation, sanction of that. Now, with this Gati Shakti Master Plan, where the entire layers are properly updated and the approximate the data which is genuine data is fed by the various departments, the DPR preparation time can be reduced from 2 years to 1 week to 10 days. So this is the advantage of the Gati Shakti Master Plan. So earlier, a lot of surveys, integrated planning can happen. Suppose in DPR preparation, if you find that there is a sanctuary is coming, there is a problem of waterway, then alternative routes also we can find out. We can make a DPR plan. Once the DPR is prepared, the Gati Shakti Master Plan will tell us, so what are the agencies from which we require to take permissions? 30 agencies, 40 agencies, all the list will come. In fact, the Gati Shakti platform can send notices to the various agencies also automatically. And there will be a dashboard. Again in the dashboard, so we will be able to watch how much time these agencies have taken for giving clearances to the projects. So entire project planning, project execution will be speeded up, expedited, the cost and time overruns will be drastically reduced, and timely execution of projects will help us to reduce the logistic cost. Today the port sector has, for example, Paradip has a capacity of handling 279 million tons. In fact, we are losing 10 to 50 million tons annually because of the improper connectivity. Because the connectivity augmentation works is also happening, but they're delayed, whether road, rail, whatever it may be. So had we had the matching connectivity today, the Paradip port would have been #1 port in the country. But because of the matching connectivity, augmentation works are delayed. Had the Gati Shakti Master Plan been there 10 to 15 years back, probably we would have been able to utilize our capacity in much better fashion. Next slide. So this Gati Shakti master plan is basically to build a next generation infrastructure, where to identify the infrastructure gaps and to produce not only physical infra but procedural integration also it is there. It is not only the hard part, the soft part is also there as far as Gati Shakti is concerned. As I said, it is being monitored by the BISAJ, Bhaskaracharya Institute of Special Applications and Geoinformatics, and the port-led industrialization is also one of the key features as far as the Gati Shakti master plan is concerned. Next slide. The Ministry of Port, Shipping, Waterways. So in the Gati Shakti, we have 200 plus GIS layers. So all the major ports and non-major ports and state maritime boards have uploaded almost entire information on the Gati Shakti. Now the port projects DPRs can be prepared to Gati Shakti very easily, very fast. In fact, ports project monitoring, port operational performances also can be monitored, port connectivity performance can be monitored, when dredging performance, all these things can be monitored through the Gati Shakti platform, which is existing as on date because of the updation of entire information by all the, not only by the major ports but also non-major ports and the state governments. Next slide. So this is basically, you see, if you see the major ports, I am talking about only major ports, the 12 major ports of the country. In this, we have 136 connectivity projects which are flagged as a Gati Shakti projects as on date. If we come to the eastern ports, we have about 35, around 43 rail projects and about 21 road projects are flagged in the eastern part, in which the Paradip and the Dhamra and Gopalpur ports are involved. This is just a cursory look about, a glance about total Gati Shakti projects which are there in the port sector. Next is if you come to Paradip Port Vision, we have developed our own Paradip Port Vision for the Amritkal 2047. Next 25 years, what are the capacity augmentation plans which we are going to have it? We have a detailed thing, the detailed DPR is also underway. By 2025, as I said, we will be the first port in the country to cross 300 plus million ton capacity. By 2031, another 5 to 6 years, so we will be crossing 400 million tons. A number of projects have been listed. So all these projects will be ready by 2031 and they will become operational, because next 1 or 2 years we are going for the RFP and RFQ. So they will be operational by 2031. We will be reaching 400 million ton capacity. By 2047, our plan is to make this Paradip port a major port of the country with 500 plus million ton capacity. Next slide. If you see the road connectivity projects, and the main issues in the road connectivity are the road congestion, the very high truck turnaround and the environmental pollution that is being created by these trucks, large number of trucks. In fact, Paradip port receives about 3,000 peak season, 3,000 trucks in and 3,000 trucks out. Massive congestion happens. So inside port also some activity we are undertaking. We are taking improvised gate management system and segregation of exit entry routes that the trucks will run in a bulk fashion, they need not turn back. And we are concretizing the entire internal harbour with 4 lane with the proper drainage and central median. And also we are developing number of flyovers, 2 flyovers under construction, 2 more are being planned, and with these flyovers there will be absolutely no surface crossings of road and rail within the port. Now a lot of road traffic has to be detained when the railway tracks or railway rakes are passing, and with increased railway handling, the detention of the trucks also will increase. Similarly, outside the port, a number of connectivity projects have been planned, and also truck parking terminal is also being planned, and the state government has been graciously and agreed to give us some land nearby, and which will be used for a modern world-class truck parking terminal. And we want to develop also a renewable refilling point at Paradip, where all the trucks by 2030 which are entering to Paradip, we will allow only either CNG or LNG based or electric based vehicles into the port, so that entire ecosystem will be a sustainable ecosystem. Otherwise it will not work out with the kind of pollution, carbon footprints these trucks are going to add. And in fact, we are planning some innovative solutions also as road traffic is concerned. And with the increase in the iron ore production by the state government, the trucks which are already 30,000 trucks per day will substantially increase in the next 5 to 10 years. So for that, if we can develop a cargo aggregation plot for iron ore, maybe 20-30 kilometers away from Paradip, from there the conveyor, the iron ore can be transported, and the trucks will short terminate at 20-30 kilometers before the Paradip, and they will go back. It will increase the turnaround of the trucks, and at the same time it will allow the state government as well as the port so that to handle more and more export of iron ore. So when I discussed with this issue with the Honorable Chief Secretary Sir, he immediately responded very positively and asked me to develop a proper DPR for that and make a presentation so that appropriate steps can be taken for realizing this project. So these are some of the projects which I am just listing, and already I listed it. Next slide please. And when you talk about the rail connectivity is very, very important for us. We handle more of the bulk traffic, and substantial, almost 90% of our railable cargo is transported by rail only. Only 10% of the railable cargo is transported by road. So that's why rail connectivity is very, very important for us. And we have issues which are there, the connectivity issues are there, connectivities are not adequate from the hinterland, and as a result, the turnaround of the time is very high. And also the rake availability has been poor, and also disproportionately the rail freight is higher for short distances. These are some of the issues. Inside the port, so we are taking different steps, like we are completely electrifying the entire port rail system so that there will be no change of power, no detention, and the rake turnaround will come down drastically. Electronic interlocking system is also about to be commissioned in a month or two, and which will help seamless movement of traffic, seamless exchange of trains between the port and railway systems. And also we are also enabling ourselves to handle the long haul rakes so that the capacity can be utilized in a much better way, and we will be able to receive more rakes. These are some of the issues which are taking up and which are all in the final stage of completion. At the same time, outside the port also, and we are already, all the rail projects, about 16 rail projects have been flagged in the Gati Shakti. They will be expedited and completed in a faster pace, and which connects our hinterland, our industrial belts, mining belt also. And dedicated freight corridor, the East Coast dedicated freight corridor is planned. For this we are planning a separate connection, and in fact we are trying to develop the new rail projects on a SPV mode also, so that more and more connectivity can be established to the ports. And of course the rationalization of rail freight has been requested to Minister of Railways. So these are some of the rail projects which we can see: the Sambalpur to Talcher to Salegaon, quadrupling, then and Talcher to Sukinda line, and then Jakhapura to Banspani line doubling. This has been for so many years, last 15 years it is getting delayed. And the Cuttack Paradip auto signaling, all these projects are now have been expedited, and now the government of India is taking a lot of efforts to complete this project. Minister of Railways is taking up on a faster pace. They are going to be completed I have given the dates also. Next 2-3 years, all these projects which have been languishing for years earlier will be completed, and that will be a great help for the entire port sector of the Orissa state. Apart from that, 4 new projects also we have been planning. So the Salegaon Paradip separate heavy haul corridor, and Haridaspur Paradip doubling, and also such projects and flyover at Paradip, rail flyover, all these will add to the overall improvement of rail connectivity. Next slide. So this is the DFDC network, and we have requested already the Dedicated Freight Corridor Corporation to expedite the East Coast DFC, because the DPR is under preparation, but to prepare it and then flag it under Gati Shakti. The DPR is almost ready. Now once it is flagged, and definitely it will be expected to be completed very short. The next slide. So this is basically Paradip is a hub for coastal shipping. It is a leader in Indian port sector as far as coastal shipping is concerned. No other port in the country handles even 1/4 of the coastal shipping which Paradip handles. So you can see the coastal cargo, which was about 30 million tons in 2021, has gone up last year to 42 million tons. This year we are expected to handle about 56 million tons. That means substantial jump is happening in coastal shipping. Especially within the coastal shipping, the thermal coal makes the major share. Thermal coal were 20 million tons. Last year we increased to 28 million tons. This is mainly because of new operational protocol which was started. With the same infrastructure, same manpower, same systems, we have been able to handle about 8 million tons extra last year because of the new operational system we have introduced. This year we are going to handle 40 million tons of thermal coal. This is because another terminal, JSW terminal, and for handling of thermal coal has been commissioned, and this will enable us to handle 40 million tons. In fact, our capacity is about 60 million tons, but the requirement is about 40 million tons this year, so we will be able to handle substantially easily this kind of rakes. Apart from that, electrification of railway tracks, long haul rakes capacities which are building up will add to overall capacity of handling of coastal shipping. Next slide. So these are the various, the Paradip port has awarded its land as a smart port industrialization project, various projects, almost about 50 million ton capacity port-based industries land has been allotted. These port-based industries will bring an investment of about more than 8,000 crores to Paradip in the next 4 to 5 years. It is a substantial port-based industry is the best way of logistic initiative, because port-based industry will reduce, almost make the logistic cost zero. So, and I have next slide. So I have just made an analysis. We have about 12 million tons of iron ore pellet plant already. Another 38 million tons of pellet plants is going to be added next 3 to 4 years. With this, the capacity of port-based pelletization capacity goes to 50 million tons. All these 50 million tons, the iron ore comes through pipeline instead of railway rakes. So, if you see the government of Orissa, really it is, why it is, I will just say why it is on top of the ease of doing business in the country, because these people are able to get the ROWs at very, very fast pace. I really thank the Chief Secretary, sir, and for this kind of ease of doing business initiative being taken up by the state government. And with this ROW, I want to say how the logistic cost will improve. You see, the operational cost of iron ore in a slurry pipeline is only 165 rupees per ton, while the rail freight is almost about 627 rupees. So you see, with this 50 million ton, if it moves through a pipeline and alternative is moving by railway, these 50 million ton pelletization plants is expected to save a logistic cost to the tune of more than 2,300 crores every year. So this is the advantage which by moving to alternative systems, of course no one is completely will replace. They are all the railways, roadways, pipelines, conveyors, waterways have to add complementary to each other, supplement each other, and so that we will provide a better competing logistic environment in the country. Next slide. So these are the inland waterway connections. So far we have been discussing about, of course, the Vice Chairman Inland Waterway Authority is here. He will be discussing in detail, just flagging the issue. Now the Paradip port and Dhamra port are going to get connected to waterways to various industrial belts of Jakapura as well as the Talcher. So this will add another dimension, another alternative for the customers to move their traffic through alternate mode, and is environmental friendly and then economically way of transporting the cargo. Next slide. In fact, Paradip port has started an initiative where the gypsum, which is almost about 5 million tons of gypsum, is stacked at IFCO plant near to the Paradip port, which was not finding any way to dispatch their cargo. So with this riverine system, now the Mahanadi river has been connected with the Paradip waters, Bay of Bengal, with this project, where the cargo of the gypsum is coastal shipped from this to the Paradip port in small jetties. From there is getting transported. So almost 2 lakh tons of gypsum has been transported with this initiative of the Paradip port. And the last slide, if you say the key updates of the Paradip port. So I want to say that the Paradip port is the premium port on the east coast. So it is going to clock about 125 million tons of cargo during the current financial year, which is a record. And second is, it is going to turn into 100% landlord in the next 4 to 5 years. By 25-26, all the ports, all the berths will be 100% mechanized. And next is We are going for a separate river infrastructure where there will be zero berth waiting time and faster vessel turnaround will be there. Of course, the multimodal connectivities are there, the rail, road, coastal, inland waterways, pipeline, conveyor, all this will be simultaneously developed to ensure that a proper logistic environment is available at Paradip port. And we are also going for a cargo diversification. So far we have over-depended on the iron ore, oil as well as the coal. Now we want to diversify our cargo basket, especially the containers, the steel, for food fertilizers, food grains. We will be creating more and more facilities to handle these cargoes. And of course, the technology driven, the EODP, CODB, SODB, all these are going to be pivotal issues as far as Paradip port technology improvement is concerned. So with this 500 million ton capacity, Paradip port will emerge as the port of the millennium of this country. And with these few words and the Gati Shakti conclave and is going to bring about, so various discussions which are going to happen will help us to understand the various issues which are there and the solutions for it, not only for the Paradip port, for the entire other non-major ports of the state, as also the Orissa state as a whole. So all these discussions will help us in understanding the issues and trying to find out the solutions for them. Thank you so much and for this time.
Thank you very much, sir, for setting the context and for those extremely informative words. Due to some prior unavoidable engagements, Honorable Chief Secretary, sir, will have to leave a little early, so may I request you, sir, to please deliver keynote address. Shri Suresh Chandra Mahapatra.
Sri Harnath, Chairman, Paradip Port, Sri Bose, Vice Chairman, Sri Venkatesh Rai, DRM, Khordha Road, Sri Bhushan Kumar, Joint Secretary, Government of India, Sri Jayant Singh from Inland Waterways, distinguished participants, a very good morning to all of you. I am extremely thankful to Paradip Port Trust for organizing this timely conference on PM Gati Shakti and logistic issues which this part of the country is facing. As all of you know, you have seen the detailed presentation made by the chairman. Not only India is growing at a very, very fast rate in the world. In India, this part of the country, Eastern India, is growing very, very fast. In fact, if you cannot imagine at what pace now mining sector will grow in our state, especially metal and mineral sector and also coal sector. Entire India is depending on this state for thermal coal. I think we are supplying to large number of states. Huge volume of thermal coal is being shipped every day, and mining of iron ore, manganese, etc., chromite is going to grow very, very fast. Fortunately, we are a maritime state having 480 kilometers of coastline, and our location is very, very strategic. If you see the east coast of India, we are the maybe northernmost maritime state which is best located for shipping. In West Bengal, the average draft is very shallow, and big ports cannot come up. There is some issue of depth of water, whereas in Odisha we have all the factors which are positive for developing large number of deep sea ports, and we are very strategically located in comparison to different countries in South Asia and other countries. So this region of the state, country is going to grow very fast, especially in maritime sector. And if ports grow, then other sectors have to grow actually. Earlier, every sector of this logistics, railways, national highways, port, each one of them were planning on their own actually. There was no convergence, hardly any convergence was there. Fortunately, this very big initiative which has been taken by Government of India along with the states, this PM Gati Shakti platform and the master plan which is being developed is going to address all these issues, all the gaps which are there in different sectors. In this, the state has a very big role because individually each sector cannot solve its problem actually. Port cannot solve its problem of transportation through rail or national highway or any other mode. We have to work together. So that is what this platform brings about. Now all the sectors, all the stakeholders are working together. Then only we can solve the issue and we can reduce the logistic cost. Now in India it is very, very high. Logistic cost is very high. It is almost 14-15% of the total business or industries spend huge amount which can easily reduce to maybe 8% or so, which is a standard throughout the globe. So Prime Minister has, the Honorable Prime Minister has realized this problem very well, and it is his idea to create this unique platform. You have already heard about this PM Gati Shakti platform where there are large number of players. Earlier all the stakeholders used to go to different departments for all kinds of clearances. For example, if you want to know whether wherever you are going to put up an industry, whether that land is in an irrigated area or it is a forest land or there is a sanctuary nearby, there is no way you will be able to know unless you go to the department, apply there. It will take several months to get information from a particular department, and there are so many clearances you require. So it was unnecessarily creating a big bottleneck. So this platform is going to solve that. If anybody wants to set up an industry, he can easily know where is the source of electricity, where is the source of water, what is the classification of the land, whether it is government land, private land, if it is irrigated land. So all the departments of the government and other stakeholders, every stakeholder has to upload the entire information in this platform so that planning will be much easier, decision making will be very, very fast. This is real ease of doing business. Of course, it is still in the process. Still, we have not reached the final stage, but in coming years, it will be having all information which will help us and every stakeholder to do business and to go for industry and all other activities in a seamless manner. It will be very, very easy to work actually. In Odisha, we have now 3 ports which are already functional: Gopalpur, Paradip, and Dhamra. Dhamra is one of the deepest, northernmost port in the eastern India, which is also growing very fast. Is a hinterland, is very, very big. It can cater to cargo from northeast to Nepal, Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal also. So this is also growing very fast. We have huge amount of land available close to the port. And Paradip is already one of the biggest ports in the country, and they are growing very fast. Last few years we have seen their growth, and it is catering to a huge volume of thermal coal, iron ore and other even finished products from different steel plants and other plants. Now they have gone for container cargo also. So Eastern India is going to be one of the Paradip and these ports are going to be the biggest hubs for transportation of movement of different materials. So we have to plan the logistics gaps in different sectors, in highway, in waterways, in railways, parking areas, and all related activities together, so that in future the logistic cost will come down drastically, and investors will be interested to invest in this part of the country. With this, I thank all of you. I hope this 2 days conference, which is on PM Gati Shakti and the maritime logistics activities will be a grand success. I was going through the presentations which are going to come up. The subjects are extremely relevant to us, and this is for the first time I think we are having a regional conference with all the stakeholders, and whatever recommendations will come, definitely all of us will try to implement together. From state government we'll have whatever support is required, we'll be definitely providing. We are now very aggressively providing support in land acquisition, forest clearance, provision of electricity, water supply, etc., including giving right of way for large-scale slurry pipelines. For different corridors we have already allotted to many industries, and in future I think we'll ensure that the logistics cost in our state comes down drastically, and the movement of materials becomes seamless. With this, I thank all of you for inviting me as the guest in this function. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your views and thoughtful suggestions. We shall look forward to your support and motivation in our future endeavors. May I request Chairman PPA Shri Harnath to please do the honor of felicitating Honorable Chief Secretary Odisha with Angavastra and may I request Divisional Railway Manager, East Coast Railway, and former Chairman PPA Shri Rinkesh Raji to please share his thoughts with us.
Respected Shri Suresh Mahapatra ji, Honorable Chief Secretary, Government of Odisha, Shri P.L. Harnath, Chairman PPA, Shri Ashish Bose, Vice Chairman PPA, Shri Bhushan Kumar, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Ports and Waterways, Shri Jain Singh, Vice Chairman Inland Waterways, all my colleagues, ex-colleagues from PPA, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to you all. I just wanted to tell you 3-4 statistics. East Coast Railway is the #1 freight loading railway on Indian Railways. PPA is the #2 major port in India. Khurda Road Division is the #2 freight loading division on Indian Railways. And a particular line between Talcher, Paradip and Kalinganagar area, which accounts for only 0.3% of Indian Railways network, accounts for close to 7% of Indian Railways traffic. So you can understand the importance, the volume and the high density that we are talking about. In railways, primarily the problem of connectivity boils down to 4 major issues. One is network augmentation, one is terminal connectivity and augmentation, maintenance facility augmentation, and lastly, whatever technological progress or innovations that we do in the operational sector. So these are the four major areas that we really look into. As I told you that this line and a geography of 100 kilometers roughly between Paradip and Dhamra, and if you take it upwards into the northern parts of Odisha, this would account to be possibly the most industrialized regions in the country. And why I am saying so is because this area has two major ports, it has two major fertilizer plants, it has a major oil refinery, it has pellet plants, it has steel plants, it has aluminium plants, it has got coal mines, it has got iron ore mines, and it has got fluxes, it has got multimodal logistics parks, it has got a new riverine port coming up, and it accounts for and it's the largest crude handling facility in the world. So if you look at this area, it's possibly one of the most developed industrially in the country. And it is here that we need to set our focus on. And in network augmentation, the Indian Railways and in particular the East Coast Railways and still further Khurda Road Division, we are looking at having quadruple lines between this network. So the third, fourth line works are on. And this should be getting commissioned in 1 or 2 years' time. Similarly, a new route right from Talcher to Paradip via Angul, Sukinda and Haridaspur, Paradip. This route will be available for traffic latest by December 31st, 2022, not 23. So we are creating alternate routes, we are augmenting the network. On the second front, on the terminal facilities, a lot of powers have been earlier, people used to complain about the delays in getting approvals and from the railways in setting up their terminals. Under the new policy, the powers have been delegated to the divisions, and we are now seeing a very speedy process in these approvals and the setting up of these terminals. For your information, container terminals at Paradip, Jajpur, these are coming up very fast. Similarly, cement terminals in 2-3 areas, these would be commissioned in another 2 months' time. So a lot of activity on the terminal augmentation is taking place. Thirdly, on the freight maintenance facility, because once you create a huge network, the rolling stock and other facilities have to be maintained. So we are now setting up a smart freight yard at Paradip and a new freight maintenance complex at Badhwapal, that is near Sukinda. So there we are creating CC maintenance facilities, ROH maintenance facilities, and we are also looking at additional land to set up a new locomotive shed apart from augmenting the locomotive sheds at Angul. So these works are being taken up on a fast-track basis, and the Honorable Minister for Railways, he has got Odisha has a special affection in his heart, and he has been chasing up for all these works to be taken up on fast-track basis. Similarly, at Talcher, the entire complex is getting doubled, and now we are looking at setting up inner corridor and the outer corridor for connecting mines which have been given to different entities to get the rail connectivity right at the mine's end. On the technological innovations, just for your information, the entire Talcher Paradip thermal coal circuit is now run on a very unique system called distributed power wireless control system. So two locomotives are fitted at both ends of the rake. That's controlled by one locomotive, and this has given tremendous benefits in improvement of efficiencies. We have now recently commissioned, possibly taking a lead from many power gencos in setting up hot cleaning of overhead electricity equipments. That is, even when they are charged with 25 kV, we can clean them without taking power blocks. So these kind of innovations are being done so that we are not found wanting at any step in meeting the requirements of the country, the state, and all other stakeholders. With these words, I once again want to thank Shri Harnath for giving me the opportunity to deliver an address here. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request Chairman PPA to please do the honor of felicitating Honorable Chief Secretary Odisha, Shri Suresh Chandra Mahapatra, with Angavastra and a small token of gratitude. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence, your guidance, being at the Gati Shakti Multimodal Maritime Regional Summit and making this day truly special for all of us. May I request Chairman PPA to please felicitate all the dignitaries on the dais. A red letter day for Odisha, having this regional summit and having so many special dignitaries sharing their thoughts and experiences with us. We are honoring them with traditional Angavastra and a souvenir they'll take back home that will remind all of them of this day and our love for them. Can we have a round of applause for esteemed Chief Secretary, Government of Odisha, Shri Suresh Chandra Mahapatra ji, for his graceful presence and wonderful words. May I request Joint Secretary Sagamala, Shri Bhushan Kumar ji, to please address the House.
Respected colleagues on the dais, officials and delegates present in this summit, very good morning to all of you. This summit is about maritime and multimodality. So through my presentation, I'll first cover the maritime. I'll give you an overview of the maritime sector and what all we are doing from the ministry side to promote maritime sector, and how we are integrating with the Gati Shakti overall, and also taking it forward and taking benefit of the national logistic policy which is recently launched. So as you know, the maritime sector, we have a huge maritime sector. We have 7,500 kilometer of coastline and 20,000 kilometer of waterways, navigable waterways. Along our coastline we have 226 ports, and including 12 major ports, and out of these 226 ports, 78 ports are handling commercial cargo, and as you may be aware, 90% of the total cargo, total EXIM cargo is handled through our seaports. So that is the kind of role we play, our ports play in the export and import business. Apart from that, 10% of the domestic freight is handled through the coastal shipping. So there also our ports play big role. And we have focus on coastal shipping as well as making our ports better, and we are working continuously on that. And that is how we are seeing very good jump in coastal traffic as well as waterway volumes. In past 5 years, we have seen a growth of more than 10% in both the areas. This gives a snapshot of number of ports. So as I said, we have total 78 ports which are handling commercial cargo. In Odisha also there are 15 ports. Odisha has a coastline of 450 kilometer, and they have 3 operational ports, and a large number of their ports are non-operational and maybe under development. So right now our major ports capacity is 2,500 million ton, and now we are preparing blueprint for Amrit Kal for next 25 years, and we are expecting our economy to grow from 3 trillion right now to 32 trillion by 2047. So to handle the volumes expected by 2047, in another 25 years, we are expecting that this port capacity of 2,500 will grow and will touch to 10,000 million ton. So there is huge business which will come in all the ports. Our old ports, some of the ports are saturated, we will expand some of the ports, like Chairman Paradip port mentioned. Paradip will very soon expand across 300, and within next 5 to 7 years it will cross 400, and ultimately we will target to take it to 750 million ton capacity Paradip port. But there are other ports like Mumbai port which are saturated, so additional capacity will come from non-major ports. So these non-major ports which are currently non-operational, they will also be operationalized and put in use. That is how we are planning to cater to this kind of traffic of 10,000 million ton by 2047. Now to modernize our ports and to reduce logistic costs, setting up of industries near port. Already in 2015, Ministry started working on Sagarmala program, wherein we are not only modernizing port but also trying to improve the port connectivity. Although this is a domain of Ministry of Road and Highway and Railways, but still this was being monitored under Sagarmala program, and some of the projects were taken up by our major ports also, and we are promoting industrialization within the port area. So far we have industrialized more than 8,000 hectare, and we are trying to promote more and more setting up of these businesses in the ports. Coastal shipping is another big pillar on which we are working, and now with national logistic policy putting a focus on clean and cost effective transport, I think coastal shipping will get further boost on that. So under Sagarmala we had several projects, total 802 projects under various pillars. The connectivity pillar is most important as far as the Gati Shakti program is concerned, because Gati Shakti aim is to provide seamless connectivity. So we were working on port connectivity apart from our core coastal shipping port connectivity projects. This slide gives you a snapshot of those projects, and large number of projects are already completed. 217 projects we have already completed of port modernization, port connectivity and coastal shipping. 225 projects of more than 2 lakh crore are already under construction, and balance projects are under advanced stage of development. So we are working on all the fronts to enhance our maritime sector. So now, since this is about Gati Shakti, and Gati Shakti full form is PM Gati Shakti Multimodal Connectivity to Economic Zones. So that is what PM Gati Shakti is, to provide seamless connectivity, seamless logistics to all the economic zones, all the industrial center. So this is the problem statement we have right now in front of us. So this slide shows you that major port, as far as major ports are concerned, we have all 12 major ports connected through railways and highways of 4-lane connectivity. But when it comes to non-major ports, there are 66 ports which are handling cargo, and out of 66, only 16 are connected with railways. So 50 ports are not connected with rail. So that is a big challenge before us. Of course, some ports are very small, they don't need connectivity, but there are ports which need immediate connectivity. And so similarly, the road, only 29 non-major ports out of 66 are having 4-lane or highway connectivity. Others are 1-lane or intermediate lane or 2-lane kind of connectivity is there. So unless there is a connectivity, you can't expect better performance, you can't expect, connectivity is our lifeline. So if there is a connectivity, we can, evacuate our cargo faster, and that will be the key to the growth of that port. So we are working on this problem statement, and we are trying to prioritize the connectivity projects based on the request and the vision of the individual ports. So under Sagarmala, in last 7 years we coordinated with various ministries, various stakeholders, and tried to expedite all these projects. We identified 191 projects in last 7 years. Of course, like connectivity is our demand or our priority, but Ministry of Railways, Ministry of Road and Highway, they have their own priorities. So, we were working on individual priorities, and that is how these projects were getting implemented at a reasonable pace, I would say, not fast tracking, although we always demanded that this to be fast tracked, our port depend on this, and all logics we gave, but again each ministry has their own priorities, so things were moving at normal pace. With Gati Shakti now, these things have changed. This is the experience which I want to share with you. Now Gati Shakti, PM Gati Shakti aims to provide seamless connectivity to all the economic zones, and they want to have national master plan for that, and in that they want to expedite all projects, and so this was our aim also. So we integrated with this Gati Shakti, and if these economic zones and industrial clusters are well connected, I personally feel that maritime sector will be the biggest beneficiary of this, because if everything is well connected, then our logistics cost will come down from currently, say, which are 13 to 14% to global average of 7 to 8%. Then our exporters will be able to compete in the global markets, and exports will pick up. If exports will pick up, naturally the traffic in our ports will increase, because 90% of EXIM volumes we are handling through our ports. And if those volumes will pick up, again there will be demand of lot of domestic cargo, again we will handle more and more coastal shipping, as well as there will be certain material which will be imported as an input to this exports. So we are going to gain like anything from this PM Gati Shakti. So that is how we are taking full advantage of this, and we integrated with this. So all issues which were facing, like coordination issues, lack of visibility, information and priorities, so these are getting addressed through this Gati Shakti program. So they have put all the data on their portal, and they have available close to 2,000 data layers of various ministries. So for our projects, for all alignment, surveys, DPRs, now this data is available at one location, and we are trying to expedite all projects, be it preparation of DPRs, approvals, clearances. We are taking full advantage of this. And this has a very good monitoring system also, this Gati Shakti program. So there is a three-tier system in this. One is technical support unit, which is manned by director level officers from all the ministries. They initially scrutinize all the proposals, project proposals, all the issues. Then there is a network planning group where JS level officers are there of all the ministry. They sit together and then prioritize, clear proposals and remove all the hurdles. If there are some policy level interventions are required, so those are addressed at the cabinet secretary level with all the secretaries present there. So this is a very good mechanism, and they are continuously monitoring it. It is not a typical working group like NPG, where I am member. We have in last year held 34 meetings where we have cleared a large number of projects through this platform. So we have also taken advantage of this, and we again flagged our main issue of port connectivity in this forum. And in May then we formed a multimodal connectivity committees in each state, and we took all the relevant ministries on board. We had several rounds of consultation in last 4 months, and in 4 months time we not only identified timelines for the ongoing project, but also have identified 107 more gaps, more projects. 107 gaps identification in just 4 months of time. I feel that is the real Shakti of this Gati Shakti scheme. When we all collaborated, sat together, identified gaps without any consultants' help, we managed to prepare a master plan for that. Now we have total 298 connectivity projects in the pipeline, and we have formed up the timelines of the ongoing projects. And let me also tell you, Odisha is going to be the major beneficiary of this connectivity program. As my colleague Mr. Rinkesh Roy was telling, this area has a lot of iron ores and other minerals, and there is a lot of potential. So in Odisha alone, out of total 10,500 kilometer length of connectivity which we will develop in road and rail in entire country, out of that 2,800 kilometer will come in Odisha. And Paradip port will be the major beneficiary of that. Apart from that, there Gopalpur port, Dhamra, Astranga, Subarnekha, these have been taken up in this plan, and the connectivity to those ports will also improve. So this is how we have categorized the various projects: critical, very important, futuristic. So critical ones are the immediate, where we will work on war footing basis and implement these projects. Very important are one which are hindering the growth of the ports. So we will take up those also, and then we are going to align all our plans with the visions of respective ports. Like now Paradip is going to go beyond 500 million ton per annum. So we will also ensure that connectivity is in place at the right time. It's not that port develop 500 million ton, then we should think about the connectivity. So this will be implemented in sync with the ports connectivity plan. So that is how we have structured the existing plan also. So hopefully all our projects will get implemented in time. And now taking it forward now, so this connectivity plan is basically connecting the port to the nearest national highway or the economic corridors or railway hubs. But now we have started mapping our ports with industrial zones, economic zones. So we have asked all ports to prepare their plan to see if there is any bottleneck from the economic zone or industrial zone to port. Let us remove that also. Let us make use of this Gati Shakti platform for that. And so all state multimodal port connectivity committees are working on that. And also we have written to the landlocked states also. So they are also working to provide seamless connectivity to ports from their industrial hubs. As far as ministry is concerned, we have plotted all the data layers for our major ports. We also have performance monitoring tools. I think Chairman Paradip Port has already covered this in his presentation. The point I am making here is that now large number of data is already available at a single portal. So all agencies present here, I request all of you to please make good use of that. This will save huge time in implementing the project if it is planned properly during DPR stage. It will not only reduce the DPR's time, but also planning. Sometimes, you know, there is some reserve forest or there is some other obstruction. If you will see all this data, you can avoid all the clashes which you will see at a later date. So please ask your consultant also to go through this data and then only finalize the DPRs. So I'll just give you the snapshot of how this data looks on the portal. Of course, I think in next session or the after that you have a detailed discussion on that. But this is how each and every inch of our national highways or state highways corridors you can see on this portal. This is a snapshot at country level, but if you zoom in, you can get each and every detail of each highway and each economic corridor. All details are available on this portal, and this is open to all government agencies, and very soon this will be accessible to even the private sector players. This is a snapshot of railway network. So all details of railway networks are there. Ports, the ports, all port data layers have been plotted. We have close to 300 data layers on this portal. So each projects wise you can see on this portal. Then similarly airport, then transmission lines, OFC network, then SEZs, social infrastructure. As I said, 22 ministries have plotted their data, and many more ministries will be plotting this data. This is a huge chunk of data available, and if you will use this data properly, I am sure a lot of clashes you will avoid, and the questions which are normally asked at NOC level or clearance level, those you can eliminate those questions in the beginning itself. And then so far I have covered on the planning part of it. Now during implementation also, if you face any issues, there is a portal called PMG, Project Monitoring Group. So that is also available, where you can flag any issue which is which requires interministerial consultation. So those kind of issues we are also resolving at center level. We are fast tracking the decision making in this. So nobody can sit on files, nobody can sit on issues now if you flag on PMG portal. And so far we have resolved more than 1500 issues through this portal. So please take full advantage of this PMG portal also. This will help you in time-bound implementation of your projects. This is just an example of the Kandla Port project, which was recently appraised in Network Planning Group. This is a 6,000 crore project where we are coming up with a container terminal and a dry bulk terminal. So this was appraised. Now even Cabinet has cleared this. So when we were doing appraisal of this, Then the benefit of sitting together was that Ministry of Railway was also there, road was also there. Then the road ministry identified that the existing road, there will be bottlenecks in that, so they have identified a alternate route to this. And even Ministry of Railways, they have also identified that a location which is around 50 kilometers from port will get congested. It's called Samalakha, so that will get congested. So if ports will only plan, then we will not come to know that there will be congestion at 50 kilometer or 100 kilometer. Only the relevant ministry can. And if we will develop this project in isolation, and later on then cargo evacuation problem will be there, there will be jams on the roads or rail. So it is, this is the benefit of this Gati Shakti platform, that things are identified in advance and the action has started on those issues in the beginning itself. So by the time this project will be implemented in 3 years, I am sure railway and road will also take care of their issues. This is another project, National Maritime Heritage Complex, which we are setting up in Lothal. Lothal is a 5,000-year-old heritage site. It used to be a gateway port of India 5,000 years back. And so we were working on the connectivity of this project. Then we noticed that there is a green expressway being built for connecting to Dholera zone, and also a MRTS being thought of. Then we immediately requested, and that was passing just 10 kilometers from our Lothal project. So we immediately requested the Ministry of Railway and Road to please give a tapping for this project also, because we are going to see around 1 crore tourists once this project will get completed. 1 crore tourists will come to that, and we need a very good connectivity. So this is another advantage of integrating and working in consultation with each other. Otherwise we would have thought something else, then other ministries would have thought something else, and this is another classic example of how we integrated. This is another example of Vizag Port, where 2 different sets of projects were getting implemented. One is berth EQ7 and another was flyover project. So when we integrated these 2 projects through Gati Shakti portal, we identified that ramp of the flyover is obstructing the traffic to this berth EQ7. Now imagine if both projects were awarded separately, the tender for EQ berth awarded separately and flyover awarded separately. After construction only you will realize that the ramp is clashing, and then rework or delays or change orders, maybe litigations, so many problems. So all these problems can be mitigated in the beginning itself. That is the advantage of Gati Shakti. This is another project where we are working. We are developing a international cruise terminal. Now the port, outside port, just outside port, there is a lot of congestion, whereas the international cruise terminal will see international high-end passengers or tourists, and the ships come just for 12 hours. They come early in the morning and leave by the night. So we can't hold the passengers just because we have congestion. So we have identified, using this portal, an alternative route to evacuate our all the traffic emerging from this cruise terminal in quickly and take them to the city center in the fastest mode. This is another example of Vadhavan port, which is coming up, which is now under initial stage of development. So we are again making use of Gati Shakti portal for this. Now, so Gati Shakti is about multimodality. Multimodality means the cost effective and environmentally friendly, the cheapest mode we should adopt, and be it rail, road, waterways, coastal shipping, whatever available, so that we should adopt. This is one example. I think Chairman Paradip has already covered this in his presentation of movement of gypsum through inland waterways. I think Paradip port is a true multimodal port. It has rail connectivity, road connectivity, waterway connectivity, and also very well connected through coastal shipping routes. So this is rarely available in other ports, and Paradip port is taking full advantage of that. They are very high in coastal shipping, as Chairman Paradip mentioned. Other port is not even 1/4 of that. So waterway connectivity is also there, and they have an excellent team. I think Paradip port is growing year by year. 7 years back, if you look at the Paradip port statics, it was just handling 60 million ton, and now they have last year touched 120 million ton. So the excellent team they have, the excellent leadership they have jumped 100%. So 100% jump in 7 years, and a vision, great vision of taking it beyond 500 million ton. I think that is a great thing they are doing. And so now there is more focus on cost effective and environment friendly mode of transportations through national logistic policy also. So we are going to take full benefit of national logistic policy also, where all ministries will be developing their logistic plans to optimize their logistic cost, and they will be earmarking certain commodities which will go through coastal shipping and waterway on mandatory basis. And since Paradip port is doing so wonderfully, so ministry has decided that national coastal shipping will be launched from Paradip port only. So gypsum we already covered. Then this is another example of how we are promoting multimodal connectivity. This is a Ro-Ro-Ropex ferry service between Ghoga and Hazira, where people used to spend around 9 hours through road. Now we have started a Ro-Ro-Ropex ferry where passengers can go, and trucks, containers can also be loaded on this ferry, and it takes just 4 hours time to cross that sea and reach to the destination. So 9 hours travel is reduced to 4 hours, and cost is getting saved, carbon emission is getting saved. Carbon emission through water transport is nearly 1/5 of what it takes through road. So that much is we are saving for environment. Cost is of course I think 1/3 of what it is through normal routes. So that is the kind of advantage we are giving. Why I am flagging this is you should also, all of you are working here, if there is any possibility in Odisha where we can implement such project across Mahanadi river or any other rivers or between two ports. So from Sagarmala side we are ready to fund these kind of projects, which will not only save cost for the passenger, for general public, but also will benefit the environment. This is another project we implemented in Mumbai. We connected these two locations, Mandwa and Mumbai, where people used to spend close to 3 to 4 hours by road journey. Now it is covered in just 30 minutes. You can imagine the kind of savings this project is bringing. Both are Sagarmala funded projects. So this is an open invitation to all of you. If you are working with maritime boards, state or Paradip port, please think of such projects. Let us enhance multimodal connectivity. Let us take or make full use of our waterways, our seas, and give benefit to public. I think this is all from my side. I request all of you to please make best use of Gati Shakti platform. Plan your projects using all the data available to you, and then resolve all the issues through PMG portal. We are there, we will fully support you. Let us ensure that the objectives of Gati Shakti are implemented in timely manner, and let us have seamless connectivity for all our ports. Thank you very much. Thank you for patience hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shri Bhushan Kumar, for sharing your thoughtful insights with us, and especially for all those good words about PPA family. May I request Vice Chairman, IWAI, Shri Jayan Singh, to please address the House.
Thank you. Gentlemen on the dais, my friend Mr. Harnar, Mr. Bhushan, the Deputy Chairman Paradip, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. So very comprehensively Mr. Harnar had covered so many things, and Mr. Bhushan of course introduced the whole, how IWAI or Inland Waterway can be a good filler to usher in multimodality. Friends, the whole objective at the end of the day of all the national logistics policy or Gati Shakti, everything is to bring down the logistics cost. So that is the end we are looking at. And the vision that we have of, could you load the presentation please? It's there, okay fine, yeah, I didn't see that. And the end of the day is to bring down the logistics cost. Now that is definitely a worthy end in itself, which looks at the greater objective of increasing the competitiveness. Now we have 2 or 3 issues that are coming. One is of course the cost issue, and the second and a more sensitive issue which will get amplified as the years go by is about sustainability, and especially in the wake of all the the climate change and other targets that G20 and all the other the summit meetings that are happening will bring down on us. So it is in that context I want to situate my talk, my presentation. It will be part introduction to inland waterway, the sector, what it is all about, because even I knew very little about it until I joined a year and a half back. What baby steps that we have taken towards this, and what is my roadmap for Odisha. About Odisha in particular, my colleague Mr. Srinivas Rao would be having a very detailed presentation in the next session, when he'll talk about the National Waterway 5 on Brahmani and 64 on Mahanadi. Of course, a brief introduction was given by Mr. Bhushan when he talked about the gypsum movement that's happening. So, So as I mentioned, the economy of waterways is intuitive. I mean, it need not be elaborated. It is the most cost-efficient way of transporting cargo, even cheaper than rail. Its carbon footprints are much lower, and one advantage that India is that since we did not develop our inland water transport sector the way it ought to have been in the 70s or the 80s. 80s was the time when China started building up its IWT sector big time, and they are reaping the dividends now. But we have the advantage now of just leapfrogging in terms of technology. So only last week we had signed an MOU, and by next year we'll have the hydrogen fuel cell vessel for passenger transport and other battery operated vessels, and through which we'll just bypass the internal combustion technology hopefully, and leapfrog to higher levels of technology. So this is the advantage that IWT has. Now the problem is always of the last mile connectivity, because sometimes in logistics the cost is not so much of transporting per ton kilometer, but the transshipment cost and the delays that come about. So as the Gati Shakti plan looks to address that particular gap, so that Gati Shakti plan along with development of IWT is the best combination, the most win-win combination for logistics in states like Odisha, and I'll tell you why. What's happening? Yeah. So this is one thing I wanted to impress upon. Just a slide. This I had to pick up from one of the journals in Vietnam. You see, this is the global share of some economies, some developed economies, some developing economies. Netherlands, of course, 49% of the total logistics, transportation is moving through waterways, which is understandable because geography plays a very important role. The entire country is actually below sea level. It is being held together by the IWT sector. But the areas that we should be looking at are China, where 14% of that, China is an economy 5 times the size of India. So if 14% of their total transportation, freight transportation is moving via waterways, with a similar kind of geography, we also should be a little more aspirational than the present levels of 2% that we are in. Though the Maritime India vision has a target of, the Maritime India vision has given us a target of 5% by 2030, 5% of the overall cargo, or 200 million tons. And so with these kind of backdrop in mind, this government in particularly in the years from 2016-17, a lot of thinking and planning has gone into it, and we have come up with, although the Inland Waterway Authority of India has been in existence since 86, it's only around 20 years, around 30 years later in 2016-17 that the government started thinking seriously in terms of developing waterways, and this is the kind of broad picture of where we are today. So we have I will talk only about those 27 national waterways that are feasible for cargo movement, and we are, I don't like giving the numbers, I hate talking in statistics because statistics can be gleaned from Google, but it is the fastest growing mode of transport in the country. We are growing, and I'll show you the figures. This is the growth, friends, year-on-year growth. So 13 was the financial year 2013, we were at 24 million ton, and we have already reached 109 million tons in less than 9 years. In 8.5 years, this is the kind of growth that we have achieved, and it is growing. And this year also, we are 60% more than what we were last year in the first 6 months. So this is definitely happening. So this is a good thing about waterways. And funnily enough, in a controlled totalitarian economy and society and government like China, it took them 4 decades to reach the levels that they are today. And we haven't really even hit the tip of the iceberg. Let me be very frank. We are a very small, piddly, fledgling organization. To set up my office in Bhubaneswar, I had to close down my office in Vijayawada. We are so deficient in terms of resources. It's not only about the government capacity in the center, but also the capacity in the states and also the private sector capacity. So it will require a really concerted effort, and I'll talk about that later. So what we do is basically we work on 3 areas. We do work on fairway development, which is doing dredging and river conservancy work to make the rivers navigable. So we have identified about 14,500 kilometers of rivers and canals to make them navigable. So this is one challenge. The second challenge is of navigational aids, because unless we are able to give round-the-clock navigation, we won't really realize the potential. We won't really achieve the kind of targets that we are setting for ourselves. Because night, if 8 hours we don't work, it just brings down the turnaround time, it increases the time of transit. And as it is, the biggest handicap with waterways in terms of logistics efficiency is the time. So we'll be a lot slower than railways and a lot slower than road. So this is what we have to work. And third is of course terminals and other riverine structure. This is the lowest hanging fruit where even private sector is willing to pitch in. So I'll come down to Odisha in particular. Of course, Mr. Srinivas Rao will be covering this in detail, but just a broad snapshot of what we plan to do. So advantage that we have on Odisha is twofold. In fact, had we honestly gone in with pure economic consideration, the one waterway which is the most viable waterway in this country is the National Waterway 5, from Dhamra right up to Talcher. The beauty that we have an ideal mix of cargo. It is always a logistics service provider's nightmare that he might be getting cargo only in one direction. The return direction would be empty. So he has to factor in the empty return ratio. However, this is one waterway where we see tremendous amount of potential both upstream and downstream. So it's not a very long waterway compared to about 1400 kilometers on Ganga that I'll be talking about in my next slide. This is about in phase 1, about 400 kilometers only. In fact, not even 400, 332 kilometers to be precise. And developing this, and it's not a very costly project. Our initial estimate back of the envelope calculations indicate an expenditure of about 7,000 to 8,000 crores, which to a person who is not very mathematically inclined seems a very big amount. But when I look at the kind of money being pumped into railways for station development of 2 or 3 stations, 10,000 crores has been outlined, so this is not a big amount. And the good news is that there are multilateral agencies, they are bending backwards to finance it. Both ADB and World Bank are very keen to fund this. Reason being not only the economic viability, the economic return that are expected to accrue out of this project, but also the fact that in the long run this has to be it because of 2 very major advantages. The ecological advantage because the carbon footprints would be the least, and very, very importantly, friends, for those of us in Odisha, which is a very predominantly an agrarian state in the deltaic region, land acquisition is minimized. This is something we all need to remember, and I'll be re-emphasizing that point when I talk about the Eastern Waterway Grid. So this is the initial studies that we had instituted in 2016. So these are the numbers. So this presentation I'm leaving with you. What I want to emphasize here are two things, that these numbers are from 2016 and they have only increased. So the cargo potential here has definitely gone up. By what factor, I'll be able to tell you only in a few months' time, because we've instituted a fresh study and revisit a lot of assumptions that we had made in this study. And as the Chief Secretary just now mentioned a little while ago, that Odisha is going to become the mining hub. So like it or not, this is the scenario, and for bulk traffic, non-BAT consignment, waterways with last mile connectivity provided by conveyors is the cheapest, most eco-friendly and the most viable way of transport, mode of transport. So why, now this is I mentioned about till 2016-17 nothing was being done. The reason I have this slide here is just to show you that how one intervention can make so much difference. Now this is the map of Ganga, of National Waterway 1 between Varanasi and Haldia, which has been earmarked for development as a waterway. It's about 1400 kilometer long stretch, and does this have a pointer? No, never mind. Other than from Haldia up till Farakka, there is lot of traffic, and upstream of Farakka, there's a place called Bar, a few kilometers downstream of Patna. There is some moderate traffic working at a very, very low threshold of technology. And upstream of Bar up to Varanasi, there is very little traffic. Now, when I joined here in IWI, I went and called on Mr. Gadkari. I wanted to understand what was his vision when he, conceptualized this. I said, sir, this is not very, doesn't seem viable at all. Why did you choose this? He said for two reasons. He said, of course, because Varanasi has a greater connect with people, it should be a good showcase. But more than that, his vision was that if we are able to do this very difficult stretch, because dredging and maintaining rivers between Varanasi and Patna is difficult. The geographical displacement of the banks, the vertical displacements of the bank, the lateral displacement of the bank, the shifting sands, the shoals, it's a dredger's nightmare. And honestly, a lot of my dredging contracts are failing because we don't have capacity. We are holding on because we want to showcase. So we've taken up this big project. A lot of my works, my projects are not giving those kind of result on this particular waterway, and we are struggling. That is the bad news. But why am I showing you all this? That despite these handicaps, this is the kind of growth that we have achieved on National Waterway 1, friends. It is growing steadily. So 2017-18 is the time when the project started, and in 5 years only we have more than doubled. We have more than doubled the traffic here, despite the handicaps that we are talking about, despite the lack of ecosystem on Ganga. Ganga only up till Triveni, a few kilometers north of Kolkata, up to Haldia, you see a lot of regular movement. Upstream of that, the movement is limited, it's confined. And IWAI has not even ventured into procuring vessels yet big time. So with very little intervention, this is what we have been able to achieve. So imagine the possibilities in a place like Odisha, where you have water, where you have minerals, where you have traffic upstream and downstream. The question is, how do we go about it? This is going to be the intractable, I wouldn't say intractable, but a difficult challenge, but I think we should be up to it given our lessons. And the second and last advantage that I'll talk about in terms of where Odisha stands, which I think Mr. Harnad also mentioned, and Mr. Rinkesh and Mr. Bhushan of course mentioned very exhaustively, very eloquently, is that the possibility of connecting the coastline of Odisha through coastal shipping with this grid. Now friend, Bangladesh's economy is growing faster than India. It is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. It is hungry. It needs a lot of raw material, it needs things like stone aggregate, it needs coal, it needs fly ash, it needs a whole lot of things. It is exporting a lot of things, and even that is a country beset with severe logistics handicaps. There are logistic handicap, transit of road and rail is virtually, it's a nightmare. And the second problem with them is, again, it's a deltaic country, they don't have enough land. So there in Bangladesh, 30% of their logistics share is with the waterways. So they have a very vibrant ecosystem, and the Indo-Bangladesh trade via waterways trend is growing at a very, very fast rate. In the last 2 years, it has grown at over 50%. And earlier, this trade comprised only fly ash. It is now the commodity profile, that basket is expanding. So if we look at this regional waterway grid, it was formerly called EVAC-TG, the Eastern Waterway Connectivity Transport Grid. Now if this grid comes into being, and this is coming into being because all the stakeholders, namely India, Bangladesh, Nepal and Bhutan are on the same page, it is driven by World Bank. And this is not only about waterway connectivity, it is about ensuring a multimodal connectivity. Multimodal connectivity via waterways, because this is the most natural, most intuitive, way of transport, mode of transport. So in Bangladesh, there is a policy that all SEZs have to be on inland water, have to be on the inland waterway grid. So all we need to do now is to leverage that, ensuring connectivity between Haldia, between Chattogram, and of course if we are a little more ambitious and we show a little more drive and zeal, connecting it to Sitwe. So the virtuous cycle of this waterway grid can actually, lead to a lot of accrual of capital for Odisha, both in terms of, inward traffic and outward traffic. So this is the thing that we have to keep in mind. Now this is the data, this is actually quite irrelevant. I'll just talk in just 2 minutes about what are the challenges in developing waterways in Odisha, and what is going to be the mitigation strategy. The technicalities, of course, my colleague would be covering it, but I'll touch upon them very briefly. Now, this is going to be the biggest challenge, the number of agencies involved and the interagency cooperation. It's not, center and state are just two very broad heads. There'll be the irrigation department, the PWD, the forest, and railways, and of course waterways again. So interagency coordination is going to be the biggest challenge. How do we propose to mitigate it? Very simple. We have an MOU in place with the government of Odisha. Now I want to give it a little more concrete, a little more actionable phase. There has to be a joint venture or an SPV between the Inland Waterways Authority, government of Odisha, and an entity which will be duly empowered. Then design and construction challenges. Now when I talk about the design, it is not about the physical design, the civil engineering design. No, what form what is going to be the mode, because these projects, everybody is talking about public-private partnerships. So we are looking at a PPP option. We already have floated an expression of interest under the design, build, operate, finance and transfer model. But I have some experience in PPP, having executed and failed also, and having taught for 5 years PPP in the Lal Bahadur Shastri Academy, Mussoorie. Selection of appropriate model is going to be very, very important. Why? Because given the kind of risks, the market risk, the climate risk, the geographical risk, and the risk that this is an unprecedented, a very, very nascent sector with no, role model, etc. in this part of the world, what would be the risk appetite of the private sector? So we'll have to design a very smart model, appropriate model with financial institutional association, and securing robust private sector participation. How? So to my mind, is the best model would be that the JV between center and state government builds those waterways, creates the infrastructure, secures all the clearances, raises the height of the bridges, raises the height of the high tension line, make sure that the waterways are dredge and fairways available, then get the private sector in with vessels and the terminals. Terminals, friends, is the lowest hanging fruit. One lesson which I unabashedly admit our fault, maybe, but we were very new that time, is that on NW1 we went in for the lowest hanging fruit of building the terminal first, getting the fairways later. No, it has to be the other way around. Once you have the fairways, terminals come on their own. And in any case, for inland water transport, the beauty is you don't need big terminal, you don't need long, big quaysides with 11, 12, 13 meter draft like you need in terms of, for seaports. 2.5 meter, 3 meter की depth में आपको छोटा सा एक temporary jetty से भी we can load. We are loading from a steel pontoon in Paradip. So terminal infrastructure is the lowest hanging fruit which the private sector would be very happy to pitch in with. They will get the vessel, we have to get the clearances, we have to get the fairway. So this kind of model would definitely work. Of course, there will be a whole lot of geographical and technical challenges, and these definitely, friends, can be mitigated by bringing in new technology and plowing back the learnings we have acquired from JMBP. Of course, Rao would be talking about that in great detail. So this is the kind of challenge, just to give you a snapshot of what it looks like. And the progress thus far, this is it. I mean, these are the details. I don't want to bore you with this. Now, very, very important is that we need to, explain people, educate the stakeholders, educate the media and everyone about the attendant benefits of waterways. Number one, let me tell you, other than this, it is not a competing mode of transport, friend, it is a complementary mode of transport. To load a railway rake, I need to have a minimum cargo of, how much does the box can carry, brother? 3,000 tons, right? So here I'm carrying only 500, 1,000, 1,200, 2,000 tons, less than container load traffic, number one. Number two, the benefit being it reduces congestion because you don't have to acquire land and all that. Imagine, even if I carry a 1,200 ton barge, it is taking about 60 trailers of 60 big dumpers of the road. That is the gain to the ecology, that is the gain to the society, right? It creates possibilities in ancillary development. I mean, this is very intuitive because once you come up with the IWT sector, you have to create the whole ecosystem, the slipways, the maintenance, the bunkering facilities, navigation, service sector. I mean, it just spurs a whole, series of developments. And the best part is, lot of it is so unorganized, it is so decentralized that it actually generates employment in the downstream. Unlike mining, my biggest gripe with mining is, and I've served about 13, 14 years in Rajasthan, there's a lot of mining in Rajasthan, is that mining is a very parasitical activity whose benefits really don't accrue directly to the people and certainly not to the residents. So here when you create this kind of an ecosystem, it creates a lot of employment downstream. And of course, and it is not something for the movement of your minerals and your finished goods alone. Even your local horticultural produce, your day-to-day needs can be taken care by these waterways. And this is the spirit behind the Earth Ganga that we are doing on Ganga and of course in Brahmaputra. It's beneficial in flood control because we'll be making all these interventions, the rubber, what are called the rubber dams, the weirs and barrages, increases the bank protection will automatically happen, the ground table goes up. Overall it is a win-win situation. You see, best thing about waterway transport, it is not a parasitical activity. Water, fresh water has competing claims, drinking, agriculture, industries. Here, inland water transport does not consume water, right? It does not, if water is there, it will use water, that's it. And we have now the technologies, when we have these navigation laws, there is a zero loss of water. So in all, it is a very win-win thing. Challenges are there, but I'm sure with the kind of experience that we have gained over the last 4 or 5 years and the kind of encouraging growth that we are happening and the institutional support that we have and also the support of the state governments, I don't think this is a very intractable and insurmountable challenge. I'll be very happy to take questions, and otherwise this is all I have to say. Thank you.
If anyone wants to ask any question to Shri Singh, please feel free. Thank you very much, Shri Singh, for those extremely informative words. Time for the vote of thanks. May I request Deputy Chairman PPA to please propose vote of thanks.
Respected Sri P.L. Harnath, Chairman, Paradip Port Authority, Sri Jayan Singh, Vice Chairman, IWAI, Sri Bhushan Kumar, Joint Secretary, Sagarmala, dignitaries of the dais, I believe we all will appreciate this inaugural session has really set the tone for the summit as a whole. Right from the words of Honorable Chief Secretary, I would just like to share with all of you that Honorable Chief Secretary has really given his insight, and he has assured all the support for further taking all this connectivity for the state as a whole. And as we all know that we are also getting a lot of support from state government to keep our ports flag high. So I thank from the core of my heart to Sri S.C. Mahapatra for attending this seminar. I also thank Sri Rinkesh Roy, who is a DRM Khurda, who is one gentleman who really knows Odisha as a whole. And he has given the insight of railway, what railway is going to do for providing further connectivity. I once again thank Sri Jayan Singh for giving an insight of waterways, which is, we all know, it's not a very easy mode of transportation, although we all talk about this is the cheapest mode of transportation, this is most environment friendly mode of transportation, but implementing it, it's not that easy. So with his joining, IWI has given a lot of impetus for last 2 years, and IWI is moving in really good. So I thank him for making it all the way from Delhi to attend this. Thank you. I thank Sri Bhushan Kumar, Joint Secretary Sagarmala, who is one person who is right from the day one of this Gati Shakti. He is involved in that, and he has the overall insight of Gati Shakti, whether it is connectivity through road, through rail, through waterways, or overall logistic thing. I once again thank Sri Bhushan Kumar for making it from all the way Delhi and sparing his valuable time for us. Thank you, sir. And first, last but not the least, I thank our chairman who has really led it from the front and make this as a real success. He has given all the directions, all the support for this seminar. I thank him for guiding us to make this summit a success. But last but not the least, I thank all of you for making this a real success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, A.K. Bose. I think it was an absolutely insightful inaugural session. We now offer a quick tea break. Grab a cup of tea or coffee quickly and come back to your seat so that we can start the first panel discussion on time. Thank you. Sharp at 12:10. Thank you. May I please request everyone to please get back to their seats. We are starting the panel discussion. The delegates who are outside are kindly requested to please come back to their seats. Welcome back everyone after the tea break. I think all of you will agree with me that making Gati Shakti successful is a big mission that needs collective efforts. But if we can create synergy among departments, that will be a big achievement to start with. Keeping that in mind, the topic for the first panel discussion is Gati Shakti platform, creating synergy among departments. And we have the befitting moderator for that. A pioneer who has 4 decades of experience in working with government, public and private sector, one of the finest, the most efficient, experienced bureaucrats of the nation, a former head of PBA family, someone who we have been learning from and looking up to. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Shri Santosh Kumar Mahapatra. And as the panelists, we have with us Shri Sanjay Kumar Mishra, Special Secretary to Government of Orissa, Commerce and Transport Department, Shri S.K. Purohit, Joint Secretary, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Shri P. Srinivas Rao, Director IWAI, and Shri Madhav Chandra Mishra, Commissioner Customs. May we request the panelists to also join us on stage. Gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for the moderator and the panelists for the first session? And may I request the moderator to kindly start the proceedings for this panel discussion.
Thank you very much. The Chairman Paradip Port Authority, the Joint Secretary from the Ministry, and my esteemed co-panelists and participants. It's always a pleasure to be associated with anything organized by Paradip Port Authority, because that is where I spent some of the best years of my career, and I remember those were difficult times with super cyclone. There are also challenging times when the port was growing and expanding and mechanizing itself, and it's always, I watch with pride the strides which Paradip Port is doing under the able leadership of Mr. Harnath and his predecessor, and becoming one of the biggest ports, maybe the biggest port in the public sector in India. It's the right time to think of Gati Shakti, which is not so much about Gati or Shakti as about the multimodality of the logistics sector and the need for creating synergy and creating perfect synchronization amongst the different modes of transport. I remember everybody knows about India's growth story, and everybody is proud of it. The whole world is taking notice of it. But one of the minor disappointments of India's growth story is that we could never achieve that double-digit growth figure. And I remember the former Prime Minister being quoted as saying that the reason why during those best years prior to 2008, when India's growth rate almost touched 9 and 9 plus, it couldn't be 10, was the lack of port capacity to cope with that kind of growth. And I was not very happy to hear that, because those of us who work in ports know that the port capacity is a very nebulous imaginary thing. Actually, the port capacity is a function of the capacity of so many other modes of infrastructure. A few years later, I was struggling to build and complete the Dhamra port and make it operational, and I know we started with the first phase of 25 million ton capacity, and I was struggling, as I said, to prove that this port has a capacity of 25 million ton. It took us 4 years to reach that capacity, not because the equipments were lacking or the port didn't have the actual capacity, not because there was no cargo. In fact, large Cape-size vessels were waiting outside for 20 days, 25 days at a stretch to get a berth, to be berthed in Dhamra port, but we couldn't achieve it because my stackyard was full, and the other modes of transport could evacuate the stackyard to create space for another ship to unload its cargo. And it was only when the number of rakes given to Dhamra increased from 1 to 2 to 3 and went beyond 10 that we could achieve the port capacity of 25 million. So that is how important the multimodality of any infrastructure, and especially of port, is. I'm very happy to read somewhere the chairman announcing that Paradip by such and such year will become a 500 million ton port. And I also read a statement by Karan Adani, the CEO of somewhere, that Dhamra is also going to be a 500 million ton ports. We have heard of ports with more than 300 million ton capacity only existing in Europe, as far as I know. And one of the reasons why such large ports sustain there is that a whole lot of evacuation is done by inland waterways. And imagine 500 million ton means even if 70% of your cargo is non-oil and non-other type which have to move by road or rail, and even if only 60% of that goes by rail, you would have 150 trains coming each way and going the other way, unless you have something like inland waterway, some other mode of evacuating it. So all these look very nice in to announce nice on paper, but the real work is building other capacity. Every logistics by nature is multimodal. The iron ore which comes from the mines in Keonjhar comes by road to the point where it can be loaded onto a train, comes by train to the port, and then goes by ship in the sea to its destination in Hazira or Karnataka, wherever, or outside India. But have you ever thought, that what is the capacity of that road in Keonjhar where it is coming. Ultimately, it is that capacity which is the capacity of the system, not the capacity of the port, not the capacity of the rail. Nowhere does, Goldratt's theory of goal theory or theory of constraints applies more than in logistics, that the chain is as strong as the weakest link in it. And therefore, the rule number 1 about multimodal capacity is that it is the capacity of that component of the system which has the lowest capacity. The other aspect of capacity in infrastructure, and especially in ports, or for that matter any infrastructure, I can say from my experience, I was Secretary of Industry in Gujarat when industrialists used to come and complain about the lack of infrastructure. And then I became the CEO of the first PPP body called Gujarat Infrastructure Development Board, and one of the first organizations in India to promote PPP. And I found the same industrialists coming and looking for opportunity to invest in infrastructure. That was the one good thing. They stopped complaining about lack of infrastructure. But the result was that they looked upon infrastructure as an investment like industry. And the problem with that is in industry, you are congratulated if your capacity is fully utilized. So they also looked at infrastructure as if it is something where the capacity has to be fully utilized. And that is what the bane of infrastructure is. A good infrastructure is an infrastructure whose capacity is underutilized. In fact, underutilized to the extent of 1/3 at least, so that there is no waiting for getting service from that infrastructure. So rule number 2 is of multimodal system is that if you have 2 modes, one feeding and one receiving, the receiving infrastructure must have surplus capacity, in other words, have at least a quarter more capacity than the feeding infrastructure is giving to it. Let me put it like between port and railway. If you are let's say importing, let's say coking coal, and you are importing 10 million tons of coking coal, the rail system must have a capacity to carry 13 million tons of coking coal out of the port. And if you are exporting, and if you are bringing, let's say, iron ore, and you are exporting 10 millions of iron ore, then the port must have capacity to export 13 to 14 million tons of iron ore. I mean, that is the interrelation of multimodal capacity building, if you have it. In fact, I should not talk more because we have very excellent co-panelists, very good in their individual fields, and we should miss this opportunity to listen to them. I will now go back and request, let me go there because they are, they're very long, illustrious CVs are there, not here, so let me go there. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Sanjay Mishra is of course from the Indian Railway Traffic Service, and he is Secretary to the Government of Odisha, Special Secretary in Commerce and Transport. He is in charge of ports, and he is also holding the additional charge of CMD of the OPTCL, and he is a very experienced man in infrastructure, and he will give a perspective of Odisha point of view and the Gati Shakti platform. So may I now request Mr. Sanjay Kumar Mishra to address us. You can speak from here, and there is your option. And we are only 4 of us, so I should think around 12 minutes each would. Okay.
A very good nice afternoon, I will say, because the winter is just setting in, and since Monday, as the meteorological department had said that Bhubaneswar will be having little more cold, We all are waiting for that, and our blazers and suits are also waiting in the cupboard and in different wardrobes, so that will be used. And this is, I will be respected Sri Mahapatra. We know each other since long, and his experience has become immense in infrastructure development of the state, past Paradip port and followed by the Dhamra port, which is by far the best port in East Coast area. However, it is starving for cargo. And Sri Purohit, my old colleague, we are friends. Sri Madhav, we also know each other because we are family friends. And Sri Rao, we have seen you in different video conferences and everything. And in the audience, Sri Joshi sir, my old boss, we have worked together for so long. And Sri Bhushan Kumar, JS, we have nice and very coordinated approach connected to Sagarmala. And Sri Harnath, my colleague again, and he has always replaced me in different posts over last 15-20 years. And the intelligent audience, and we are very happy to be here today. I will be basically concentrating on the panel discussion Gati Shakti platform, creating synergy among departments, and why it was felt so by Government of India, that why it is required. As a basic requirement if we are thinking in terms of developing the logistics sector in this country, and comparatively in the world to where we are. Our logistics cost is touching almost 13 to 14% of our GDP. And if we want to be competitive in the world, we have to really try in the first installment to get it down to 10%. And what is happening to us and why we are not able to do that? Because the infrastructural sector is suffering from the time of planning, from the time of conceiving, and finally to put it in the ground and use. The gestation is going to be absolutely long, because we need to negotiate around 16 different ministries and scores of other departments under each ministry to really, before we go into the field, the real zeal and the necessity part of it, and because transportation is something is perishable. And in many of the cases it is seen that by the time really you put that road, you put that railway line from a mining area to a port, the traffic is gone. However, the line is available there. At this moment, the port capacity is absolutely surplus as far as Paradip is concerned. And the same capacity in the new line area is absolutely surplus because there is no iron ore. So, if we do not really concise and cut down the time and at least to cash on in a boost, and our infrastructure is available so that we will be able to use our infrastructure which is available to us. And government policies are also one of the main factors. What is happening today, that may not happen tomorrow. For example, today iron ore export is absolutely zero and Paradip port is minus 40% as far as iron ore traffic is concerned. And the total unloading arrangement, the terminal capacity that they have created for iron ore is not in use, and now they are trying to use it for coal. The same thing is in case of Dhamra port. So I have a personal experience of seeing how a 1.5 kilometer stretch of road took 7 years to get completed and finally became motorable and for the use of the people. If you are aware of the geography of Bhubaneswar, I was staying in Rail Bihar area, and from Rail Bihar to Nalco Square is 1.5 kilometer. First, people started working in doubling that road and giving you a cycling track, giving a payment for the workers. And it took 2 years to get completed. And once the road is completely spick and span, all of a sudden one fine morning, the Reliance people came and started digging it again to put optic fibers into that. They damaged the total payment and finally put the optic fiber and somewhere field of that area, they didn't really redo the pavement part of the thing, but they just cemented it and went away. 3 months after, some sewage system was to be established in that, and sewage system, you know that you have pipeline, you have junction arrangement and everything, and you need to really dig the road, the center of the road 20 feet deep, where the stones are there, and so stone cutting machines were employed. Finally, the pipeline was established, got connected to the sewage system. In Bhubaneswar, those who are staying, they might be saying that each and every road has been dug in that way. And it came from Maitri Vihar area up to this Suryan's Hotel. Suryan's Hotel had issues, they didn't allow them to work stopped for 3 months. After that, the rainy season came. After that, the work didn't start. So we inquired about it, why the work is not starting. And the contractor who was doing it is gone. The contractor has failed, a new contractor will take up the work. The new contractor came and started doing the work. You could see that the alignment and the grade is not matching with the pipeline. So he started reworking with the grade again, and it took 3 years to get completed. The sewage system got completed. Now somebody has to really go for the block topping of that road. Before he started doing it, somebody else came, like he wanted to put ornamental lighting in the median of that road. Now ornamental lighting in the median of that road happened. In between, government decided that we have to have a ring arrangement where from Javier Square to Saliasai through Railway to Nalco Square. The whole Saliasai Basti was displaced, they were put into proper sheds and housing schemes, and that road which is getting connected to Utkal Hospital, that road started getting constructed. And this road is to go and meet that road. Now this is at a higher level and that is at a lower level. Finally this whole road was dug to an extent of 6 feet to get it merged with the other road. So finally you have the ring arrangement. When I was leaving Rail Bihar in 2021 December, I could see that work was not yet complete, and that got completed only in June 2022. So this whole exercise from 2016 till 2022 June took 6 years to get completed. And there is no coordination between the department. When I inquired it further, they said that in spite of the coordination, each project has a different funding arrangement. That the sewage system is done by JICA, widening of the road is done by World Bank, and this ring arrangement is done by H&UD Department, Housing and Urban Development, and this optic fiber is being done by Reliance, and this ornamental lighting is done by BMC. So if you need to have synergy, there has to be synergy in the funding arrangement itself. What PM Gati Shakti is going to give us? It is going to give us all this data of 26 layers, where you know before you are going for the project, you will be able to know the background part of the information, where there is a forest, where there is a wildlife sanctuary, where there is a river, where there is a pipeline crossing, where there is a railway track, where there is a transmission line, where there is a telephone line. All this data will be available so that you will be really able to draw your contour in such a way that you have minimum risk and finally you reach, and from origin to destination you are able to place it. And what are the simultaneous work which has been planned in that corridor is also required to be available in that platform. If I really put my scheme of things and my project into that platform, it should start telling me immediately either it's a virgin project of mine, there are already projects sanctioned into that, and what is the financial model and financial closure of those projects and how soon they are going to take up. If that part of the information is not available, then certainly in spite of having the total knowledge pack with us, we are not able to really have a project done during the period, whatever we keep it, 2 years, 36 months, something like that. And forest is that means it's a wall to itself. From the time of apply till you get stage 1 clearance, you need to cover 20 steps. You cover 20 steps, get to that stage 1 clearance for the main project area. After that, people will say that you have to go for compensatory afforestation in lieu of the forest involvement that you are doing in your project area. And when you are going for compensatory afforestation, again you have to travel those 20 steps again. And your total plan, before you upload into Paradip portal, you have to travel 40 steps, and each stage 1 clearance paper making takes 6 months, followed by compensatory afforestation takes 6 months. After that, forest department will raise questions. In Odisha, what is happening? Our forest coverage is increasing every year. At this moment, it is 43%. And there is hardly any land available for compensatory afforestation. If your main project is involved for 12 hectares, you need to go for compensatory afforestation for 24 hectares. However, 24 hectares is not available in one chunk. They will be given you distributed all over the state, 10 hectares here, 20 hectares here, 13 hectares here. In each and every place you have to go for DGPA survey, you have to go for Hal Sabik revenue record understanding, you have to go for pillar posting, you have to go for all sorts of things. So you are badly stuck on this. Our projects in transmission sector, I will tell, since 2016, the transmission projects are still hanging in fire for forest clearance, and this is 2022. That was being done by OPTCL initially. After that, we have given it to forest consultants, so they are able to move freely and try to do work. Now at this moment, we have reached that from today onwards, after 6 months, we will be getting the forest clearance. 80% of the project is complete. Whether you talk about the substation, you talk about the transmission line, but you are not able to capitalize that project for which it was constructed. The synergy is that thing, that all the informations will be available to us, so we really do not do a conflicting kind of a thing in the same stretch of the area, because we will have the background knowledge. However, I will be suggesting that when I upload one of the project into Gati Shakti portal, it should develop an unique identity number, and that unique identity number should be having all the informations about the physical structure of the project, about the financial closure of the project, and finally what is the gestation part of it, and whether anything else is going to be in conflicting nature in that. If any project is coming into that kind of a territory, then it is to be told that better you go consult and you do a simultaneous work where you do not cross each other's path. However, it's a very good effort, and here I see that so many things have been done into that, and this is only one thing I will be highlighting. The infrastructure efficiency when improved shall bring down the cost of logistics, which I have said already. In the country, the Gati Shakti platform is integrating 24 digital systems across 6 ministries, though the United Logistics Interface platform, which would create a national single window logistics portal. So the single window logistics portal is certainly a very good beginning, in spite of the fact that yes, it is required to be further tied up. However, it is going to give you that kind of information where it is certainly going to help us in a great way in avoiding that forest issues, because we will be able to really identify, because it is always better to go in a revenue forest area, and it will be also giving us that benefit where maximum of the government land is there, so that we can plan our projects in a better way instead of private land, because we know that private land acquiring, purchasing is a difficult thing and it takes time, and even if people sell you the private land when you are going for the project, in case of Haridaspur Paradip line, people took their money, but when you wanted to put the rail there, they didn't agree with you. They said that you have to pay more money. So finally another dole out kind of a thing went on, and that took 2 years extra for that project. So those kind of informations and river crossing, pipeline crossing, and AIS, for example, Archaeological Survey of India. And now another new thing has come, that is defense establishments, and aerospace part of it also has come into the clearance part of it. This is a very good beginning, and this is like Gati Shakti means the power of speed. We really need to get into that slot where we increase our speed. And we have, of course, we have started it before. That Sagarmala is one of those initiatives where so many things with first mile and last mile connectivity to the port in terms of road and rail. And after that we went for Bharatmala, where the connectivity of the road again into different logistics sectors. And Parvatmala is also another new thing. So all those things are really going to create a synergy whereby each and everybody, at least the left hand knows what the right hand is doing, and give that much needed speed to the project implementation into the logistics sector, because that can only give us the real dividend that we are expecting to get out of it. At this moment the road sector is the share of road is 70% and railway has come down to 17 to 18%. And the main problem between rail and road is that the multiple handling of the rail, because of that somebody prefers that it's better to go by road. The multimodal logistics parks, dry ports and other things has also been added into that Gati Shakti, which can surely decrease the carbon footprint by lessening the number of road vehicles moving on the road, and the most efficient and economic way of transportation is always railways, because if we compare them, in airway per ton is 18 rupees and by road it is 4 to 5 rupees, and in rail it is hardly 1.5 rupees to 2 rupees. So it is the most economic way, and in a distance of 500 km to 1000 km of movement, railways is always the, in case of iron ore, it is always the cheapest, and between 0 to 500 the slurry pipeline is the cheaper option, and less than 500 is inland waterways the option. And those digital platforms is also going to give you those suggestions how you should be working out your logistics sectors and your movement of cargo from one place to the other place. I have been given 12 minutes of time. I hope I have reached it. No. So that is it. So PM Gati Shakti is one of that. It is basically, we are talking about PM Gati Shakti. It is that platform which is trying to create the synergy. As in the body of a human being, we are today the best species of the world because our body functions in a synergetic way. And if really I do not know what I am saying, and for that matter what my left hand is doing, then there is an issue. So departmental coordination is the main focus area of PM Gati Shakti. And this is the digital platform which will be giving a fillip to the logistics sectors of our great country. And when we are looking at $5 trillion economy, we see that at that level we are not growing. Rather the small countries, the per capita income, if you see that Bangladesh has taken over us and it is higher, the same thing is for all the Southeast Asian countries. So we are still struggling, and we need to put our best foot forward, whereby this logistics sector has to grow. And I would like to inform here that being a part of Commerce and Transport Department, we have now finalized the Port Policy 2022. It has gone to Cabinet to get its assent. And Odisha Logistics Policy also 2022. We had no logistics policy. It has been designed in line with the National Logistics Policy with a lot of incentives that has been declared. And as the policy comes out, you will be able to know that. And in Odisha Port Policy also, it is no more confined to the port. It is now, it has encompassed all those activities like port development in PPP mode, even captive jetties, seaplane, marinas, ship handling, that ship building and ship recycling industries. And Odisha Maritime Board has also been notified since September. We are going to ground it properly so that you will get a single window approach to the maritime economy of the state. And in that, even the tourism and the fishery sector has also been added into that port policy, where you will have single window approach to everything and will be functioning through Odisha Maritime Board instead of really searching where I need to go and do my work. Thank you very much for patient hearing, and as the session proceeds, whatever further questions will be there, we will be able to take it from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sanjay, for touching upon a very important aspect of Gati Shakti, that is to provide a common digital platform to all stakeholders and all departments to give their inputs, clearances, or whatever is required for the fast completion, timely completion of an infrastructure project. And all those good news about what is going to happen in the port sector and other infrastructure and logistics sectors in Odisha. I'll now call upon, Mr. S.K. Purohit. He has a very rich experience in railways and infrastructure projects, and he is at present the Joint Secretary, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals. I would request Mr. Purohit to address the
presentation. Thank you, sir. Respected Sri Santosh Mahapatra, sir. Respected dignitaries on the dais. Respected dignitaries and the audience. Ladies and gentlemen. In fact, I feel myself privileged today among the many experienced persons, dignitaries, with whom I have worked. I have been association with them during my career in railways here in Odisha. In fact, Mr. B.K. Joshi sir was my professor when I joined the academy, when I joined the railway service. Sir, this Gati Shakti platform creating synergies among the departments. It is a very important and very appropriate subject on which the summit is being held today. And I very much thankful to our chairman Paradip who has taken the initiative for this, because in every meeting that we are attending in Government of India, this subject of Gati Shakti is being taken very seriously. In fact, on November 2nd and 3rd, we had an international conference, India Chem 2022, which was a flagship international conference on chemical and petrochemical sector, and where in the CEO conference, our Honorable Minister, the first point they told that we should have a conference on the Gati Shakti for giving a fillip to the work that is going on, or the opportunity that the sector, especially the chemical and petrochemical sector, is offering to our country. I belong to the Department of Chemical and Petrochemical, and our department's main objective is to promote the chemical and petrochemical industry in the country. So that is the one line mandate that is given to our department. So I would like to touch upon the Indian chemical scenario. What are the opportunity that it offers? What is the potential of the investment in the sector, and how the PM Gati Shakti can give us the required traction to implement the projects on a fast mode. As our Sanjay Mishra sir had already told that the PM Gati Shakti, which it offers, the coordination, the initiative, the foresighted approach of working of delivery project, that is extremely important for any project delivery and also the gaining speed. So I will first give a brief overview of the sector. You can see that our chemical is all-encompassing thing. Everything that we use today in our day-to-day life, there is chemical. From the morning toothpaste to the evening coffee after dinner, everything is chemical. It covers about 80,000 products, and it is very important for the improvement of our lifestyle. And the sector in India is doing extremely well, because the chemical has a lot of segments, say bulk chemicals, specialty chemicals, pharmaceuticals, and agrochemicals and others. So all these, in that, the agrochemical, that is pesticide and insecticides, herbicides, etc. That is, we are the 4th largest producer in India. And the dyes, we are the 2nd largest producer and exporter. And we are 6th in the world and 4th in Asia in chemical sales. And the employment that it offers is too high, and this figure that I am giving here, 2 million, is very conservative, because this sector is a delicensed and deregulated sector, and you can say that the employment potential is too huge. Of course, the statistics say 2 million, but it is too huge. It does not capture the entire population. So this is the market size of our Indian chemical industry, $187 billion, and it is growing at a phenomenal growth rate of 9.3%. And it will touch $300 billion by 2025. And the right side of this slide gives the segments: bulk chemicals, specialty chemicals, petrochemicals, and agrochemicals and others. And the specialty chemicals is a sector which is growing very fast, because it covers our day-to-day lives. It is this health, nutrition, flavors, fragrance, and all the things that our people now usually you are buying for improvement of their lifestyle. So this slide I will come slightly later. These are the various growth drivers that is driving this sector, the chemical and petrochemical. Demographic dividend and disposable income of people, rising disposable income, median age of population, urbanization, and as I told, the specialty chemicals is fastest growing, and because of the geopolitical shift and the production and consumption shift to India, our country has become a very promising destination for the foreign chemical giants to set up their plants, and a shift in consumer preferences leading to new product development, and growing policy support both by central government and state government, that is driving this sector. And two more important factors is that we have very competitive labor, skilled manpower available at a very competitive rate. And second thing is that the global, the per capita consumption of chemical is one of the lowest. We are 1/6 of the global average. So that gives a big headroom for this industry. So India is emerging as an attractive investment destination resilient to global economic swings, mainly due to consumption potential and industry-friendly policy. So there is a demand, infrastructure, logistics, foreign direct investment, startup culture, corporate tax, innovation, and ease of doing business. All these are driving this sector. And India's manufacturing competitiveness has also been fueled by progressive government policy and facilitating government initiative. There is a high quality infrastructure, robust investment policy, and as I told, that quality labor at competitive cost. And India is now slated to grow as a growth engine of the global economy in the current decade. As you can see from this slide that India's GDP is very high in comparison to the GDP growth in comparison to other developed economies, and India has become now the 5th largest economy in the world. India's GDP and per capita is forecast to grow at 8.9% from 21 to 22. And our urban population is also rising, 670 million by 2035. So these I am giving the strength of our country, and these are some policies initiated by Government of India which has become game changers for the Indian chemical industry: availability of feedstock, regulatory quality standards, governance and clearances, skilled manpower, industrial infrastructure, local manufacturing, exports and innovation. Then I will come to this slide where it indicates there is huge potential of growth of the chemical sector, and this import of chemicals and petrochemicals in the year 21-22, it was 5.44 lakh crore, and our export is 3.69 lakh crore, and there is a net import of about 1.75 lakh crore. So there is huge potential for the import substitution also. This has resulted into a lot of foreign direct investment, and the DPIIT has estimated that about this chemical and petrochemical sector will be the highest attractor of the foreign direct investment, and they have calculated that about 66.1 billion foreign direct investment is expected on this sector in our country. And the FDI that we have got in 21-22 is about 7,202 crores already. And in the year 2022-23, in the first quarter itself, we have crossed that limit. We have already 7,434 crores of foreign direct investment which has already come to our country. And the prospective plan study which has been done by EIL and Indian Oil Corporation, they say that by 2040, there will be a potential, till 2040, there will be investment requirement of about 18 lakh crore in this sector. So it offers a lot of potential and for growth, and we are in a time where we have to seize this opportunity, and because of that, this PM Gati Shakti is very, very important. And this we need to do a lot of such kind of summit so as to disseminate this information, the government policy, and so that we work in right earnest for on this direction, so that we can meet the challenge, meet the opportunity, and we have to work first also. This Gati Shakti National Master Plan, as we all know, that it has been launched on 13th October 2021 for providing multimodal connectivity. And as Sanjay Mishra have told, the logistic cost currently in India is as high as 14%, and the logistic cost of the developed economies is about 9%. So we are initially trying to reduce it to 10%, and if that is achieved also, there is it will be a great achievement. So what are the various issues being faced by our Indian infrastructure today, and how Gati Shakti will like to resolve them? These are the 3-4 problems that is faced by our Indian infrastructure projects, that many things have been touched upon by our Sanjay Mishra sir. This disjointed planning, lack of coordination between different ministries, different departments, and anybody who has been associated with project execution can see that a lot of work is done, and the departments do not see each other as priority and targets. As a result, many times we see that the targets are busted and the cost of the project also increases, which is not a very welcome sign. Then non and underutilization of installed capacity. At times what we see that the projects are in links, and suppose one link is completed, the other link is not available. Then what happens? The first link which we construct, then it doesn't give the realized installed potential, installed capacity. So this is one thing that we can help solving the issue by this Gati Shakti plans. So they are all on Gati Shakti that high this India's logistic cost is high, so that we have to reduce it, and our ease of doing business also will improve if we take this PM Gati Shakti principles to its proper working. And these are basically the outcomes that is envisaged from PM Gati Shakti: the comprehensiveness, prioritization, optimization, synchronization, analysis, and dynamic process. This is available on the PM Gati Shakti portal. Basically, this will help in timely completion of the work, then coordination between department, prioritization of work, and it will improve our efficiency, and also it can solve the problems of litigation, etc. if you do not have the things in position, and it will also lead to reduction of complications. So now then I will come to this PCPIR, because our department is also looking up after the PCPIR, and we had in the PCPIR policy 2007, we had 4 PCPIR notified. One is at Dahej, second one is at Paradip, third one at Andhra Pradesh, and the fourth one at Tamil Nadu. And this PCPIR Paradip is very strategically located because it has the resource support. As we know that our state Odisha has been endowed with, blessed with mineral resources, 13.88% of minerals of India in Odisha, and 11% of India's groundwater resources is in Odisha. And the chemical and petrochemical opportunities also in Odisha is galore, because already we have the IOCL at Paradip, which is the anchor unit for the petrochemical PCPI region, and with a capacity of 15 MTPA. And the committed fish stocks are also available. And we have also a pioneer institute called CPAD in Bhubaneswar, and this plastic product evaluation center also is at Paradip. And there is policy support also. It has been declared as a focus sector of Odisha. And also there is Go Swift, I was told in government of Odisha, it has been integrated with the national single window system. And the infrastructure that support that we have in Paradip is one of the extraordinary kind of support, infrastructure support. We have got rail connectivity from the Howrah Chennai route from 2 points, from Cuttack and from Hardaspur. And the port is also one of the largest major port, the second largest in the eastern site, and 277 MTPA capacity, which is of course planned for further expansion, and handles Cape size vessel. And availability of land and power is also there. There is no problem for the availability of land and power. And it is power surplus, as CMD OPTCL sir will confirm. And the incentive support that also is there from the Odisha Industrial Policy, and the key incentive under the MSME policy. There is a skill support also available, because we have got all the world-class educational institutes at Bhubaneswar, and there is sector-specific skill development is also going on. And I think already a lot of investment has already taken place in PCPI Paradip, and there is a lot of employment has also taken place, and many projects are lined up. I think one project is getting commissioned by IOCL in December 22, that is monoethylene glycol project. This will further give further help the sector, and will give the feedstock to the downstream industries. And also some other projects like integrated PXPTA, that is also coming. And there are huge other projects are in pipeline yet to be approved. And this conclave in multimodal PM Gati Shakti multimodal summit, this will certainly help the chemical and petrochemical sector, and that too, and also our state, Odisha, and the PCPIR region, and it will also definitely meet the requirement of the chemical and petrochemical sector. And certainly this PM Gati Shakti scheme will do a great help to our infrastructure projects for timely completion, and to expedite our country's progress, and also to reduce the logistic costs. I think with this, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Purohit, for enlightening us on all the opportunities that are in the chemical and petrochemical sector. I think if anything is going to be a game changer to the logistics in Odisha, it will be the Inland Waterway 5. It has huge potential, and it is connected to two of Odisha's best ports, Paradip and Dhamra. And we have been talking about it, dreaming about it since I was in Paradip in 1997 to 2002. And there was a time in one of the 5-year plans, there was a provision of 2,000 crore for the fairway, and then it disappeared. And then 5-year plans also disappeared. And today we are yet to see anything really happening. Mr. Jayan Singh has already given an all-India perspective of Inland Waterway. I would request Mr. Rao, Mr. Srinivas Rao, who is our hope and for the Inland Waterway 5, to give us a perspective of Inland Waterway 5 and Inland Waterway in Odisha in great detail.
Good afternoon to all. I am extremely very thankful to Sri P.L. Harnath Sahab, Chairman Paradip Port Authority, to give me this opportunity to present the challenge and opportunities for national waterways in Odisha. As you all know that Odisha has immense potential of natural resources, that is rivers, coal mines, iron ore mines, bauxite mines, etc. Not only these, the natural resources, there are cement factories, steel plants, aluminum plants exist in Odisha. To reduce the congestion of transportation in roads and railways, the use of waterways is very much essential. As you know, there are 111 national waterways in India, out of which only 6 national waterways are in Odisha. Yeah, it is. The 6 national waterways are Brahmani, the national waterway 5, which is in red color, and Baitarani, that is national waterway 14, and Budhabalanga, national waterway 23, and Birupa, that national waterway 22, and Mahanadi River, national waterway 64. And last, Suvarnarekha River is national waterway 96, has been declared in the year 2016 by an act of parliament. So initially IW wants to develop national waterway 5 along with national waterway 64 as a first phase. Next. So as our Vice Chairman has emphasized that we are going to develop between Pankapal to Dhamra as well as Paradip. It is our challenge. So for this there are so many obstructions we are getting. Next, sorry. There are so many road bridges for which we are unable to play the cargo vessels, for which our requirement is 6-meter vertical clearance as well as 60-meter horizontal clearance. And there are so many high tension lines are as well as low tension power lines are exist in our waterways. And to make the waterway navigable and to maintain the required fairway, we have to construct number of weirs, number of navigational locks, check dams, and as well as rubber dams. So for this, an MOU has been signed with CWC to get the designs of the structures, and which is under vetting. And for the road bridges, that also we have given the designs to Government of Odisha for finalization, so that accordingly the road bridges will be modified as per the requirement of
class 3 specification of the waterways. So we have already DPR stage also already done, and wetting is under process. To clear the HT lines and LT lines, already 45 crores of rupees has been given to Government of Odisha, and 85% of work already completed. So accordingly, there will not be any problem for the mobilization of the vessel. And formation of SPV for execution of the project is under process, and recently we have awarded the cargo study to some agency, that is PwC. And this is one slide where, based on the WAFCOS report, there are 19.11 million tons per annum of cargo is expected to mobilize around 2030. And so far, 140,000 tons of gypsum has already mobilized in the river Mahanadi. After the inaugural ceremony of the movement of gypsum by the Honorable Chairman, Honorable Transport Minister on 25th April. So we require the agencies, means of Government of Odisha, various agencies support to make this waterway viable as well as commercially operation, for which recently one expression of interest has been invited to make Pankapal, Padinipal, Dhamra as well as Paradip. So near about 3 agencies they have approached, and November 23rd this UI will be finalized. And these are some of the photographs recently, means on 25th April, the inaugural ceremony of the gypsum movement at IPCO premises. These are the Odissi cargo mobilized so far in the river Mahanadi. So this is the navigation route from IFCO to Paradip port. These are the vessels utilized by IFCO to mobilize this cargo, gypsum. So our challenges are to increase the depth in the channel. By the way, we have carried out the detailed survey, and dredging is essential at the sea mouth. We have felt that will also be carried out, and for around the year operation and day and night operation, night navigation is highly essential. And there are so many problems by fishermen. They are putting their nets, and we have approached state government to take up these challenges, problems with the fishermen. We have one rural ferry service also, which will be played between Dhamra as well as Talchua, for which jetty construction already completed by the state government, but it is yet to be commenced. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. I think the project will also have as timely a completion as your speech. May I now request Mr. Madhav Mishra. I think Sanjay has already explained the digital platform that is required for completing a project. Now we also need a common digital platform for carrying out business, and there the role of customs comes very important. And I now request Sri Madhav Chandra Mishra, who is the Commissioner Customs in Bhubaneswar, to enlighten us about what is being done.
Thank you, sir. Respected Santosh Mahapatra sir, Sanjay Mishra sir, S.K. Purohit sir, Rao sir, Harnath sir, Joshi sir, and distinguished participants. I express my sincere thanks to Chairman PPT for inviting me and making me a part of this Gati Shakti Summit. I will begin with, you will operate. I will start my presentation from the scripture. Kautilya has stated that the king, that is now present state, shall promote trade and commerce by setting up trade routes by land and by water and establishing market towns and ports. So any administrative unit cannot exist, cannot survive without revenue generation. So revenue generation is a must, and that comes through trade and commerce. And see, at that time also this ease of doing business was the king's role, the royal role at that time. So what our government nowadays are doing. Next. So ease of doing business, why it is important? It is important for developing entrepreneurship, innovation, and wealth creation for the nation as a whole. And as India leapfrogs towards a $5 trillion economy by 24-25, we are dreaming of that. So simplifying and maintaining a business-friendly regulatory environment is very essential. The ecosystem must be business-friendly. The ecosystem must be, the logistic must be business-friendly. So now I will take you through the World Bank rankings of ease of doing business and India's ranking over a decade, in the last decade, starting from 2009 to 2019. See, our ranking was stagnant from 2009 to 2014, around 133 to 142. And then from 2015 onwards, because of maybe convergence and synergy of different stakeholders, different platforms, creating digital platforms, we have gradually ranked up from 130 to 100, then 77, and in 2019 to 63. This is really a remarkable achievement for our country. Let us talk about the trading across borders component of that World Bank rankings. In the year 2018, India's rank was 146. But in 2019, this jumped, the major jump of around 66, and it became 80. This is the role of doing, ease of doing business. By changing, by creating so many things, we have achieved this rank. And again, one thing I have stated here, globally transportation by port is the most favored, followed by railways and then roads, whereas in India, we are opposite. And this ease of doing business and developing logistics will make us like the Western countries. Sea route, then railway, and then road. Then ease of doing business in India, again continuing. This quantum jumps of 66 ranks was possible by two main reasons. First is Jawaharlal Nehru Custom House at JNPT, and that Navaseva Port in same Navaseva Port and Jawaharlal Nehru Custom House. Second, the Inland Container Depot, Tughlakabad, that ICD Tughlakabad, New Delhi. Because these were the two locations in India chosen by the World Bank to estimate the time and cost of release of the export-import cargo for its doing of business rankings. From there, these two stations and the staffs, officers, the stakeholders, all the stakeholders, the ports, the customs brokers, the steamer agents, the stewarder, everybody played their role properly, and we have jumped by these 66 ranks. Then coming to ease of doing business and ports, the Indian ports. We all know port is the gateway to a country's economic prosperity by promoting trade and commerce. And apart from the port authorities, multiple agencies like Indian Customs, terminal operators, transporters, railways, Concor, custom brokers, stewarders are closely involved in a complicated process of cargo clearance. The cargo clearance is a very complicated process. It sounds very easy, but it is really a complicated process. And now we are in a 24/7 mode. Clearing cargo clearance in a 24/7 mode is a very difficult job. And this ease of doing whatever we are planning and doing through this ease of doing business has made it successful and possible. Continuing, in last few years a number of initiatives have been undertaken to reduce the cost and dwell time of cargo clearance. Why? Why this ease of doing business? Because to enhance the efficiency, to seamlessly integrate multiple agencies, to provide a digital platform for all the stakeholders, and most of all to promote transparency. Let us talk about some specific initiatives. First, elimination of manual forms. As you all know, these manual forms 13 and 11 have been done away with at JNPT and maybe in most of the other ports, major ports, and e-forms have been introduced, for which this customs authorization and endorsement is obtained online and accepting the containers. So this has eased. Second initiative, like direct port delivery, I hope you all are familiar with these words: direct port delivery, direct port entry. This direct port delivery has been introduced, obviating the need for transferring imported containers to CFS for obtaining customs out of charge. This has resulted in substantial savings for importers, as well as it has also cut down the time taken in the whole process. Then again, direct port entry. Direct port entry for export containers. This is for export. Direct port entry for export containers has resulted in reduction of time taken in obtaining customs approval, bringing down dwell time and savings in cost. Nearly 74% of all containers exported through JNPT are now using this route. Container scanners. In all the major ports, these container scanners are now being commissioned, installed, and one in Paradip, it is being installed now. So it will again reduce the time of examination of the cargo, imported cargo. And this is one very important initiative, port community system. This port community system it provides a single window system for a secure exchange of information through web services and EDI messages with all the major stakeholders like shipping agents, shipping lines, stewarders, banks, importers, exporters, Concor, surveyors and major regulatory agencies, Indian Customs and Coast Guards. Then another one is e-delivery orders. All major ports are equipped to receive e-delivery orders from incoming ships, thereby eliminating the need for physical handling of the delivery orders. The manual system is gone. Now we are online. Then we are having allied agencies who plays very important role for the importing and for the importing cargo mostly. That is the FSI, drug controller, animal and plant quarantine, and wildlife crime control bureau. All these agencies have been provided a single platform and to reduce the dwell time of cargo clearance. After port, let us talk about this ease of doing business in Indian customs. How Indian customs, the CBIC, has ushered in this ease of doing business by changing their rules, acts, by introducing new practices, new schemes. These Indian ports and Indian customs, I can say they are the both sides of the same coin. They coexist since time immemorial. The such initiatives by CBIC, first is facility of deferred payment, you all know that. Second is the AEO program, Authorized Economic Operator Program. This is a very important scheme where extensive benefits including greater facilitation and self-certification have been provided to those entities who have demonstrated strong internal control system and compliance with CBIC. Relaxation in insurance cover, bond and bank guarantee. That is further the importer and exporters, for all these things, the time has been cut down from 30 days to 10 days. Then setting up on CCFC, Customs Clearance Facilitation Committee. This is a very high level administrative committee comprising of senior most functionary of all the departments, agencies and stakeholders at a particular seaport or airport. It dwells upon the major hindrances, the major suggestions from the trades, and it resolves any dispute, anything among themselves by discussing among themselves, and it reduces both time, cost and increase the efficiency. Then another scheme introduced by CBIC is SWIFT, Single Window Interface for Facilitating Trade. That is for ensuring ease of doing business. Under Indian Customs Single Window Project, the importers electronically lodge their custom clearance documents at a single point only with the customs. The benefits are reduced cost of doing business, enhanced transparency, integration of regulatory requirements at one common platform, then optimal utilization of manpower. Outreach program. In last 6 months, we have vigorously engaged ourselves in outreach program. Unless we know your feedback, how to resolve your issues. So I remember some 4 or 5 months back, every Saturday we are organizing one outreach program for our trade. So I hope people have reaped the benefit of such outreach programs, and in future also we will hold such kind of programs. Then Turant Suvidha Kendra, Turant Custom. This is also a new concept. Anything they can call the helplines or they can walk into the office. Or these Turant Suvidha Kendras are always at the most visible points of the office. They can come there and resolve their issues. And again, there are some roadblocks also in ease of doing business. One case study I was going through in Indian Economic Survey 2019-20, and there in that case study, this case study actually it tracks a consignment from an apparel factory in Delhi, which is a non-AO that exports its products to main United States via India's that is largest seaport Navaseva in Maharashtra. Let us see what the roadblocks is. The study found that after the shipment leaves the factory gate in Delhi, it takes 5 days to reach JNPT. Then followed by 6 processes in Navaseva consumed 14 days. And out of that 14 days, another 1 or 2 days for unloading of the cargo, depending on the space availability at the port. 3 days for custom clearance, and another 3 days in stuffing containers. And up to 5 days are taken by queue for entry into the ship. This is partly due to the insufficient port infrastructure to handle the inflow of containers, narrow roads, poor strength bearing capacity of the roads at the port. These are the roadblocks. We must address these roadblocks while addressing or while planning schemes for easing this EODB. See, this is a snapshot of that case study. You see, 5 days, then up to 14 days, then 19 days that she journey, she travel, and in America, in United States, only 3 days. It took only 3 days. Out of that 41 days, it took only 3 days in the States and 38 days in, 19 days in the sea and rest in Indian soil. Let's hope, let's be optimistic. Whatever this PM Gati Shakti has new promises for all these things to address such kinds of roadblocks in EODB, and I hope in near future we will attain this World Bank rankings top 50 by adopting new technological innovations like artificial intelligence, blockchain, and machine learning. These three things are very important for this improvement of logistics as well as improvement of ease of doing business. Let's hope India will be within top 50 in next few years and in top 10 for the next few years, because we are dreaming of trillion dollar economy in near future. Thank you so much for a patient hearing. Thank you, sir.
So we have 5 minutes for questions and answers. I know it's a pre-lunch time, and but you know, people don't have an appetite for questions. But in case we have such eminent co-panelists. I have never seen a commissioner customs let off so easily from a meeting. Which means that the system is taking care of most of the grievances. And thank you very much. I don't have to sum up anything. They are so, they have so ably and candidly enlightened us about different areas of Gati Shakti. So I thank all the co-panelists.
So we have mementos. Thank you very much, Mahapatra and the panel. May I request our chief engineer, Shri Malay Das Gupta ji, to please join us on stage and present small token of gratitude to the honorable moderator and all panelists. That panel discussion was all about experts giving their views and suggestions, and we are so honored to have them all for the first panel discussion at this summit. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for adding so much insight and information to the day. And thank you, sir, for doing the honors. With this, we wind up this panel discussion. We're off for lunch now. Quickly have your lunch and come back on time. We'll start the next panel discussion at 2:30 sharp. Thank you. 2:45 it is then. Thank you.
ମାଇକ୍ର ଗେନ୍ ବଢ଼େଇକି ରଖୁଛ କି ବହୁତ ମାଇକ୍ର ଗେନ୍ଟା ଅଧିକ କରି ରଖିଛ କି ତଳେ ବସି ଛିଙ୍କି କାଚିକି ପଳେଇ ଆସିଲା ଷ୍ଟ୍ରିମିଂରେ ହଁ ସେ ବକ୍ସରେ ଶୁଣାଯାଉନି ସିନା ଷ୍ଟ୍ରିମିଂରେ ଶୁଣାଯାଉଛି ହଁ ହଁ 2:30 2:30 ହ୍ୟାଲୋ ଗାଁକୁ ଆସିବୁ କାଲି ବା ଗାଁକୁ ଆସିବୁ ନାଇଁ ଯାଇ ହେବ
Adult. ये किधर है? मैं फिर पढ़ा हाँ हाँ पढ़ा हाँ पढ़ा रूम रे केही नाहांती एटा समस्या एठी पढ़ा ये एकाटा मु सेपटा ऑर्किड होची एपटाटा होची जोठी आउची से मैं फिर गस सब तळे अछन पिला मु खाली एका अछि ऊपर
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the lunch. And with this, we begin the second panel discussion for the day on potential opportunities in logistic ecosystem for sustainable industrial development. As the moderator, we have with us Shri B.K. Joshi, IRTS retired. He has a postgraduate degree in English, diploma in social work and industrial international business. Started his career with Steel Authority of India Limited as management trainee, post which joined Indian Railway Traffic Service. Worked in operations, commercial and traffic planning functions over various railway zones. Post-retirement, he joined as the CEO Brahmani Railways Limited, CEO Mahanadi Coal Railway Limited, Rail Infrastructure Advisor for Vedanta Aluminium and Power Limited, CEO Kalinga International Coal Terminal Paradip Private Limited, and currently consultant on railway matters and director of Natasha Joshi Administrative and Technical, trustee at Kolkata Port Trust, Vizag Port Trust, member of South Eastern Coalfield Limited Board, have been trained in Japan, Germany, Italy on railway functions. Quite an illustrious career. Can we have a round of applause for the moderator of this session? Couldn't be a more enlightening session when you have such expert as the moderator and as the panelists. We have with us Shri Manas Bose, Executive Director SAIL, Shri Shantanu Verma, Chief Shipping Services, Tata Steel, Shri Guru Ray, CM MCL, Shri KG Patel, Director IFCO, and Captain Manish Verma, VP, Samsara Shipping. May I request all the panelists to please join us on the dais, and can we have a round of applause for the moderator and the esteemed panelists, please. Welcome on board, gentlemen, and may I request the moderator to please begin the proceedings for the session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the introduction. So we all had a very satisfying lunch. Some of you must have taken roti or rice. Now, where did roti come from? Some believe it came from Egyptian Indus Valley civilization about 8,000 years ago. Some believe it came from East Africa, not ours. Is it vegan? You know, these days a lot of fad on food. Earlier you used to take whatever is available and in whatever name. Now vegan, yes, unless you go by our own standard of putting butter or ghee on it. Luncheon, it started in 19th century and it was reserved for the ladies, and they were supposed to attend without their husbands. Does it remind you of anything? Kitty parties. That is how it started in 19th. That was called luncheon. Now lunch itself, till 17th century, you know, when there was no light or use of light by the human beings, electricity particularly, they used to have a late afternoon food which will carry them through the night. When the lights came and we came to use it, then this meal was pushed and called as supper to the late evening or early dinner, early evening. Therefore, between breakfast and supper, some food has to be taken and it became lunch. This definition of lunch is that it is taken when you don't work or you don't study. Our definition is slightly different. We call sometimes working lunch. So it is a misnomer if you go by the dictionary meaning of lunch. Speaking of work, we call train station where the trains stop. We call the bus stations where the buses stop. These days we call work sessions. Okay. Now, why I am telling all this, you must be thinking that after retirement I have lost my mind. Actually, after this lunch, my brain is sending signals to relax. So I am sending back some signals to my brain that no, I have to continue. And this is a small brain I have, so it has allowed me to continue. So we will continue and come to the serious businesses of today. Before that, one more, if I may ask you, thinking of this work, and these days post-COVID, a lot of work from home and all that thing. So when the wife goes to paternal house and starts quarreling with the husband, is it work from home? No, we have to think, because new things have to be defined. Okay, so coming back to the topic, we heard in the first inaugural session and thereafter the first panel session, mostly from the policymakers, from the implementers about the Gati Shakti and logistics. Now in this session, we will hear from the other side, the domain experts who are our panelists, very well-known names in the field of logistics, shipping services and customer services. Before I go to the topic, let me give you some cold facts without any hidden message. There is no hidden message, cold facts. Today we are rejoicing in the fact that we have become 5th largest economy in the world. Do you know that in 1950 we were 6th economy in the world? Today we are aiming at a large percentage of world economy, that is about 17-18% when we become 4th or so. 1957 we were already having 18% of the world economy in this country. Somewhere along the way we lost track and we missed the bus. Meanwhile, the Asian countries, China, they all moved ahead. So percentage wise, number wise, you know, when we talk of competition with others, we have to think of others also. They have moved somehow and we are now trying to catch up. In that process of catching up, there are two buzzwords today, particularly in the government circles, which are both present in our topic. One is Gati Shakti, introduced in October 2021, and another is logistics, for which a specific policy was introduced very recently. We have heard a lot of Gati Shakti. I will only give you the skeletal, the outlook. This is National Master Plan for Multimodal Infrastructure and Connectivity, as we know. Literally it means speed and strength. I believe it will be speed of implementation and monitoring, and strength of robust volume, probably. 6 pillars on which Gati Shakti have been put: comprehensiveness, optimization, prioritization, synchronization, analytical, and dynamic. And it aims to integrate 16 ministries brought together under one umbrella for monitoring. Now, with this, the government expects to raise over 6 trillion rupees by 2025 to finance Gati Shakti projects and double the national income to $5 trillion by another 3 years or so. Similarly, the logistics policy, the national policy of logistics is 5-pronged strategy. 1, railway share will be increased to 40% from about 21-22% today. Multimodal logistics parks will be set up at various places. Waterways and coastal shipping will be given emphasis. 4th, special attention will be given to 15 industries which are engaged in bulk production and transportation, coal, iron ore, fertilizer, etc. And digital integration of all the industries for tracking and monitoring. With this, it is hoped
that logistics index, which was in 2018, we were 44th in the world on logistics index. We expect to go up to at least 25 by 2030 by all these methods. Now, I will now get my panel speakers to speak. They nothing to introduce because they are all well-known domain experts in their own fields. Mr. Bose is Executive Director, Logistics and Infrastructure, SAIL. Mr. Shantanu Verma, he is the Chief of Shipping Services, Tata Steel, and he has also been the Head of Customer Services of Tube Supplies and Supply Chain Planning. Mr. Patel, we heard a lot about the IFCO, how they have started the riverine transport, so he is the pioneers, Senior Executive Director, and he heads the Paradip unit of IFCO. Captain Manish Verma is the VP Samsara Shipping, who has the experience of both seas, on sea as well as on shore for a number of years. And of course, we have Mr. Guru Ray, who is very well known, and we depend a lot on him because that is the source of coal, and he is the Chief Manager at Mahanadi Coal Limited. So without wasting much time, I'll call Mr. Bose to please start his presentation.
Hello. Good afternoon. Respected Chairman, Paradip Port, we are still calling Paradip Port Trust, but we have to change our name to Paradip Port Authority. Deputy Chairman, Mr. Bose, Paradip Port Authority, dignitaries on the dais, and all the delegates present over here, and some of my colleagues are also present here today. We are thankful to Paradip Port Authority for inviting SAIL as a speaker. We are one of the oldest customer of Paradip Port Authority, and I am also personally associated with this port for a long time. So it's a great honor that Chairman Sir has invited us to speak on this forum. Now, we are actually, from morning we have heard a lot about the service providers angle, that who are the logistics provider, and we are the actually service taker as a steel industry, one of the very logistic intensive industry. So we have a lot of expectation from this industry, and I have tried to project some of my thoughts in this presentation, that what is the expectation of as a customer. Before I start, I liked one mathematical interpretation which Mr. Mohapatra has given in the first time. That rule number 1 is that the capacity of a port is determined by the weakest link of the supply chain. If iron ore mining capacity is not there, transportation capacity is not there, port cannot achieve their capacity. This is a fantastic example he has given. And the second example also is very good, where he said the capacity of receiving end should be higher than the delivery. And we have read also one report, Rotterdam Port has done this, it is available in the website a few years back. They said that in any modern ports, the berth occupancy should not be more than 70%. So the vessel should not wait, berth should wait. That is the concept. So taking cue from there, what example he has given is really relevant today. And I give you one example. Last 2 years back, we started Paradip Port as our export point. Paradip was never the export point for SAIL plants at least. Even Rourkela cargo also used to go to Vizag or Haldia. Now we started Paradip. It's a fantastic terminal has come up. State-of-the-art terminal PICT has come up with all the facilities. So with a lot of fanfare we started. But to our surprise, we saw that earlier the lead time of an export used to be say 45 days from Bokaro to, or say Burnpur to final export, and the lead time has suddenly gone up by 75 days. I mean total 75 days. Then he said, why? Because the railway logistics. The cargo was coming from Southeastern Railway, Eastern Railway to Southeastern Railway to East Coast Railway, then finally reaching Paradip. And we have seen even to dispatch 10 rakes in a month, it was a Herculean task for us. Lot of congestion, restriction, one after the other, events were taking place. So it gives a very good example. Even if we had the state-of-the-art facility in Paradip, we had just, we could not cope up with the railway logistics. So that was the weakest link for us. Of course, a lot of developmental projects are going up, so I will not come to that. But at the customer side, I can tell you this is a direct impact on that. So coming back to the presentation of today, we can see this. Just to set the tone, what steel industry is all about in India today. World steel production is, in the last year it was 1.9 billion tons, out of which, India's contribution was only 118, but we are the second in the world. The number one is China. The first boy is ahead of the second boy. This year, 22 also, our 9 months production figure says India 93 million ton. But we are the exception. Out of the first 10 countries in the world, India is only having a growth of 6%. And Middle East, Iran is also having a growth. Rest all countries are having a decline in their production. Now, impact of war varying across regions depending on the trade to Russia and Ukraine. We have been slightly hit because of this war. Although our import of petroleum and coal also started from Russia, so that impact is slightly getting neutralized. But in the steel market, we have got some impact. We'll just discuss separately. Forecast for global steel demand will grow in 2023. For India, we have a national steel policy which has been set up by government to reach 300 million ton by 2030. Maybe that timeline will shift, but the growth story is very positive because of this government reforms and spending in infrastructure. We will certainly reach this mark. And just to add flavor to this, that today India is at 76 kg per capita steel consumption, and our target is to reach 160 kg by 2030, whereas the global average is about 250. So we are much behind any of this global average in terms of steel consumption. Today's topic, which was given to me initially, is that Gati Shakti as a catalyst towards effective supply chain management, a PSU perspective. So I will touch upon also how SAIL is handling this present scenario and how this PM Gati Shakti and whatever schemes government has introduced, how is going to impact steel industry as a whole and SAIL also in particular. One of the key factor, what has been pointed out in this PM logistics policy is that to ultimately to derive the cost advantage, logistics cost advantage, 14%, 15%, whatever is the number. So we must bring down substantially, whether it's 8%, 9%. It will not happen overnight. It will take some time. Now, the bottom line is that we have to be competitive in terms of logistics costs. So whatever infrastructure we are spending, it has to give that benefit. And it is not only limited to within the country, we have to be globally competitive. If I have to reach a $5 trillion economy or $20 trillion economy by 2040, unless we are globally competitive, we cannot reach this level of GDP growth. And government, although whether it's late or early, we are not going to comment on that, but government has rightly picked up the right string that the developed nations like US, China, Korea, whatever nations, they have at one point in time in their industrial revolution, they have attacked this area of this logistics constraint, and they have understood that unless they become a globally competitive economy, they cannot survive. And possibly India has picked up the right string from this experience of their other developing or developed nations in the world, and has in the right opportune time it has been introduced. We have all discussed about this. What is this concept of PM Gati Shakti? It is nothing but is the integration of what you call different ministries coming to the one portal, to the silos of various departmental working. What has been seen over the years, that has been addressed in a great way. And today Mr. Sanjay, that ex-CFTM, our Special Secretary, Ministry of Government of Odisha, what he has narrated that Bhubaneswar experience, that's 1.5 kilometer road took 6 years to reach. That's really a classic example. And if you go to the Gati Shakti side, this is exactly same example has been highlighted about that, how this planning can be so disjointed that we are not able to reach that year. Now, PM Gati Shakti, next. Oh, one of the key point I missed it, in this whole logistic ecosystem, what has been talked about is a sustainability. Now, this is a concept which today has picked up everywhere. People have become very sensitive about sustainability, and all of you must have read this COP27, which was just concluded 2 days back in Egypt. A lot of resolutions have been taken, and India has been blamed there because of this coal emission, and already our emission has gone up by 6% over the last year. But still, India will be a signatory of this, and sustainability, whether it is a manufacturing or in service or in logistics, this is an area which all of us have to keep it in mind. Going forward, unless you are a sustainable organization or sustainable logistics service provider, you will not be able to survive in the business. And most of the companies have today switched to ESG kind of reporting, all of us know. So sustainability is a big area which logistics industry have to embrace upon. I have been reading one example of Flipkart. They have taken a target by next 2 years. They will switch to all electric vehicle for their delivery, Flipkart. Even we have read in the railway blueprint also that railway is also planning to reach net zero by 2030 by massive electrification and all investment in railway sector. I do not know whether it will reach in 2030 or it will be deferred, but the vision, the target which has been taken to reach this net zero. So many companies in piecemeal they are making attempt. Maybe in India as a whole we have taken a target of 2070. But most of the industries, even steel industry is one of the most polluting industry, we are also taking a baby steps to reach this sustainable goal. Now, one of the key points, next slide, is that even if you bring, logistic cost because of various industrial investment, so government has identified that there has to be some economic zones where mass manufacturing will happen because of this Atmanirbhar scheme or whatever it is. Will be a, make in India but make for the world. With that concept, so a lot of economic zones are coming up where logistics service can be provided in a very concentrated manner. One of the examples is like Delhi, Mumbai Industrial Corridor, Calcutta, Amritsar, Bangalore, Mysore Industrial Corridor. So once these corridors are making up and industries are set up there, so the logistics can be made available in a concentrated manner. Sagarmala also these initiatives have been taken, that coastal economic zone concept. Now today we have heard Chairman Sir has shared that a lot of industries are coming up very near to Paradip port. And one of the main industry which you have mentioned, sir, is the pelletization. Pelletization is also the future of steel making. So we are not going to use, maybe a mixture of sinter and pellets. Even SAIL and most of the major producers have shifted a sizable quantity in pellet. We are sending iron ore fines to make pellets or making pellets ourselves and then using in a blast furnace. So once this pellet manufacturing happen, even if they export, because ultimately this is meant for export, so there will be some value addition from mines. The raw fines will come, will get value added and exported. So it's a very wonderful initiative, and they will actually get the real cost advantage of logistics because it's a coast-based industry. Next. Now, this PM Gati Shakti scheme, fine, it has been introduced, a lot of thinking has gone behind it. So what are the next steps? So government has immediately come out with a logical step by which this entire ecosystem can be controlled is a national logistics policy, which has been opened just a month back. And that day, Honorable Prime Minister has shown the symbol of cheetah. Everybody has seen in the TV. So we are looking for a speed of cheetah in every logistics activity. Now, in that national policy, one of the key points is that, this reduced cost of logistics in India to be comparable global benchmark by 2030. Logistics performance LPI should be 25 by 2030, that our moderator sir has just now shared with him, and create a data-driven decision support mechanism for an efficient logistics system. One of the key point in this national policy is that a very key feature, they have introduced a concept called leads, which is a, competing kind of a strategy among states. So leads, basically this survey is, going to identify what is enablers and impediments for the industry. So this is, leads is called logistics ease amongst different states. This is a concept of leads is one of the very key concepts. Just like we have a university ranking, we'll have a state ranking. And in that ranking, we'll identify what are the plus and minus of those planes. And that will, help address, issues in a much more focused manner. Now, we are coming back to the close. What is this industry, steel industry as a whole expects? Next. Logistics is a very, plays a very critical role in steel industry. We all know for 1 ton of steel, we have to move 4 ton of material. Now, if 300 million ton is our steel capacity in India, so 1.2 billion tons have to be moved. So it's not a very easy task. And one of the, key issues here that many of the steel, majority of the capacities are getting added in the eastern India. So Odisha being a very mining hub, it is also, Kalinganagar has got a target to have 100 million tons manufacturing capacity. So that is the ministry's target, to have a one location 100 million ton, both primary and secondary producers put together. So logistics, taker will be very concentrated here. So a lot of expansions are required. I'll come to the last slide, what our ministry has identified under PM Gati Shakti, the schemes. The second point is that, we have come across that a lot of steps have been taken by ports as well as railways to ease the logistics policy. Capacity expansion, promotion of coastal movement. Most of the major ports have kept coastal berths exclusively, which we have been using it regularly. A new concept has come for this connectivity project, that IPRCL, which is a company promoted by the ports. So they themselves are developing a lot of connectivity projects. But all this which was happening in piecemeal, today this PM Gati Shakti is subsuming everything, and it will be an integrated approach to address all this logistics development and issues. Coming back to IWT, it was discussed in the morning that although IWA was in existence since 80s, but actual thrust has happened only in 2-3 years back. It is actually true. And one fine thing which Vice Chairman has said, that earlier they were concentrating on terminal instead of fairway. It should have been the reverse. And we have seen 1 or 2 cases like in import to NTPC, where the terminal was ready but the draft was not available. But today, because of this ITI National Waterway 1, I particularly tell you, for steel industry, including SAIL, we are, focusing on using of this particular national waterway at least up to, if not Varanasi, at least up to Kalighat, because that will also be a takeoff point for Nepal. Then Tribeni is one point where some steel loading can happen and it can go upstream. And the major beneficiary is that for export to Bangladesh. I can tell you for SAIL experience, earlier what we are doing, about 2,000 tons only month through roadways, Petropol, facing more than a month, 2 months, 3 months congestion, roadways. And if anybody has visited that Petropol border, you will come to know the few kilometers long truck line is there. So that has totally, we have stopped it, and we have shifted totally from roadways to IWT through Indo-Bangladesh Protocol route, and today we are easily exporting 10,000 plus ton in a month, maybe 5 tons. Maybe the figure is not very high, but we have a tremendous potential. And we are using both Calcutta Garden Ridge Jetty as well as Haldia Port, both for Indo-Bangladesh. And in case Paradip Port is also gets connected later on, so that will also be Even we have a, the discussion is going on in case we have some reverse come vessels from coastal movement route, from IWT it takes the coastal movement route and comes to the east coast, like Visakhapatnam or maybe Chennai, with a small capacity of 4,000 tons, 5,000 tons, which will be RSV class of vessels, which we are also discussing, and possibly we will, start in that direction. Non-major ports have extended a lot of support, which is almost today 45% of the market share, and SAIL is particularly beneficiary to that. Dhamra port is there. Gopalpur also we have started very recently working there. And last is that, in the railway side, the dedicated freight corridor, which DFC, EDFC and WDFC, that Western Dedicated Freight Corridor, that is anyway passing through the, main hinterland. But EDFC, that is East Coast Dedicated Freight Corridor, will be really beneficial for at least steel industry, including SAIL, and because it will pass through the very congested area where a lot of expansions are taking place. Now, the competitive edge of, companies is going to be determined by logistics cost, because that is an area where there is there's a big potential for savings. Last point on this MOS, Ministry of Steel has identified some of the key projects for steel industries in this zone, which comes under PM Gati Shakti, and they are closely following. One of the projects is that, which has been discussed today, is that Paradip Talcher Shukinda, that railway line. Paradip Haridaspur is also Western Dock project of Paradip, Dhamra port expansion, and there are one or two few are there which from the Secretary Steel level, including Indian Steel Alliance, and all these major producers of steel we are discussing. So, and it has been flagged so that these projects, and we are very happy to note what DRM has announced, that this Shukinda line may come up by December 2022. That would be a great achievement. Even we are of the impression that will take maybe another 1 or 2 years. I will certainly share this information with my ministry that these projects are very much in the radar of railways. Regarding this coastal movement, IWT, we have said we are already beneficiary, and there is nothing. So this PM Gati Shakti, all projects will really act as a catalyst towards effective supply chain. Now, just typically I'm coming to SAIL, what SAIL is all about for the just consumption of the audience. We have today, we have over 23 million tons capacity. Go to the last slide. 23 million capacity. We have a plan to reach 50 million. Initial plan was 2030, but maybe it will get staggered. Maybe initial first phase will be 35 million, then later on to 50 million. There's a government vision, so that as a PSU we have a share of at least 30%. That was the target. Always government's target was to have 25 to 30% in the PSU fold, whichever strategic sector they have talked about. We have a 100% captive iron ore, limestone and dolomite, and one of the captive mines which is coming up, that is Raughat mines for Vilai steel plant. That will be the next lifeline for Vilai. Otherwise Vilai will not be able to survive without the Raughat plant. But Raughat, the main problem was because it's a Naxal area, so we are spending a huge amount towards security. More than 200-250 crores we pay to central industrial, paramilitary forces for security. Rail line has been corrected, but some portion is still gone. So we have started recently a multimodal movement. By road we bring it to the rail head. From there we are reading. It's not very far, it's about 100 kilometers from Vilai, but it's a very rich iron ore. Earlier it was Dali Rajhara, which is going to get exhausted, so the next mine which is coming up is the Raughat. Then SAIL, one of the biggest thing is that SAIL has got a 90% rail coefficient, so our import is 100%, raw material is 100% rail borne. Steel also more than 90%. Some of the plants 100%, some of the plants, particularly Rourkela, because it is situated in one area where some railway availability is an issue. So we are resorting to some kind of road movement, but our ultimate target is to reach 100% rail coefficient. And with this, so many PFTs coming across the country, maybe this will be a game changer for us. And since government has liberalized this rake acquisition policy, both in terms of GPWS, as well as LSFTO. What is SFTO? Today is called LSFTO. So we have also gone into that. So, we can increase the share of rail from road, whatever to the extent road movement we undertake today. A major issue, what SAIL is today confronting from the port is that I request to Paradip port also, because our evacuation is not matching, so our throughput through Paradip port is going down because of this bottleneck of evacuation. I hope this will be sorted out in, as early as possible. Multimodal, we are very much present in terms of waterways, coastal, and everything. Just one example, this can be a food for thought. There is a study conducted by maybe IPA, most probably because you are here, sir. I just want to share with you that a sizable quantity of limestone fluxes come from Western India, Rajasthan. And SAIL particularly buys a lot of quantity from Rajasthan, because as a public sector we are committed to get also. But if you look at the distance from Rajasthan, it comes to Durgapur, it's all 2000 kilometer plus. Now 2000 kilometer plus rail movement is also very difficult. So a study was conducted that from Rajasthan it will come to Kandla by rail and then coastal movement. Cost-wise it is still working out. BCG has undertaken the study. Cost-wise it is corner, but somehow maybe one of the area I'm just giving, port can get this, because we are also not interested 2000 kilometer rail network. And every time either there's a congestion or restriction, something or other. And this winter is coming, we'll find all the rakes are stranded in northern India. It will not be able to move also. 15 days, 20 days it takes. So this is one of the classic case. A sizable quantity moves to eastern India, we can always look at this option. And finally, being a public sector, we are aligned to government initiative for any such improvement in the areas of infrastructure. Lastly, government of India, state government, everybody is working in synergy, and industry is also very much responsive to all this move. Whatever schemes are coming is fine, the implementation is very important. So we all have to join hands and see that these are implemented on time and we really get the benefits. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bose. You have spoken about the homogeneity of the supply chain. You have also shared your ideas about movement to Nepal and Bangladesh on waterways. East Coast DFC, I am not too sure whether it is still alive. Because survey was going on, but I heard some report somewhere that maybe it has been dropped. Anyway, so thank you very much, sir, and I am sure the organizers will take note of your innovative ideas. May I now request Mr. Santanu Verma, and I think about 15 minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, respected Paradip Port Chairman, respected Deputy Chairman, my fellow panel speakers on the dais and fellow delegates. So today, just before me, Mr. Manas Bose spoke about the challenges being faced by the steel industry and what are the prospects going forward. On the presentation. Yeah. So let's talk about what is the projected consumption stroke capacity. So currently we are at 134 million tons, and in FY 30-31 this number is likely to move to 230 million tons. So you can see the quantum of growth which is expected to happen here. The logistics cost in India today is 13 to 14%, whereas in the developed world it is much lower at about 6 to 8%. The national logistics policy, which has just been rolled out, also aims to bring down the logistics cost in India to a single digit. So The aim is to bring it down to about 9%. Now, if you look at the salient features of the FY31 target, the logistics requirement pertaining to only the steel industry is likely to go up to 900 million tons per annum. Like we all know, 3 tons of raw material is required for 1 million ton of steel. And most of the steel plants in India, unlike China, Japan, Korea, are landlocked. They are not port-based. And the national steel policy again of 2017 emphasizes that by 2031 India will be exporting 24 million tons of steel with nil imports. So these are the numbers going forward. And what are the challenges in terms of logistics? The modal mix is a challenge. Today the dependence on rail is very high. It's about 80%. Share of road and specifically waterways should go up. India has got a vast coastline, but hardly any movement, coastal movement happens. Warehousing and distribution of finished goods through multimodal logistics park. This will be a challenge and a requirement. The policy PM Gati Shakti can be a game changer in facilitating the logistics requirements for such huge plans. Coming specifically to Tata Steel's expansion plans, so by 2030 we plan to go 2x. So from 21 million ton current capacity, we plan to go to 40 million tons. And while some growth will happen all over India, most of our growth recently also is happening in Odisha. Jamshedpur is exhausted because the plant is in the heart of the city and no further expansion can happen there. So if you look at upstream, we will go up from 7 million to 13 million pellet capacity, iron ore from 30 million to 65 million. In flat products, we will move up from 16 million to 25 million, and in longs from 5 million to 15 million. So these are the expansion plans as far as Tata Steel is concerned. Downstream, 1 million to 2 million tons of tubes, which is at Jamshedpur, 0.45 million to 1 million tons of wires in Mumbai, 0.4 million to 1 million tons of tin plate, which is again Jamshedpur, and 0.2 million to 1 million tons of ductile pipes. So in order to meet these expansion plans, we have 3-4 big projects going on. So one such project is the slurry pipeline. So we are planning to have a 7 MTPA slurry pipeline from Kalang to Tata Steel Kalinganagar, approximately 221 kilometers. Another pipeline running from Joda to TSM, 285 kilometers. And we are also building a deep draft Subarnarekha port to meet our port requirements. So this port will have a capacity of 25 million tons in phase 1. And this is likely to be operational by 2027. So you all may be aware that we had built another port, which is Dhamra port. We were 50-50% owners along with L&T. We sold that port in 2014, but we went into a long-term agreement with the port, 25-year concession, 25-year long-term agreement we signed, where we have guaranteed 8 million tons of cargo to the port. So in order to meet our raw material requirements, specifically imported raw material requirements, we are planning to build this Subarnarekha port. Two other things which is not mentioned in this slide, but these are our biggest current problems, which is movement of raw materials, whether it is coal and flux from the port to plant, or even finished goods from plant to various locations. So how are we mitigating this? So we have already ordered for 32 rakes under GPWIS scheme. 22 of them are already running. Balance, we will get it in the next 2-3 months. And about 24 SFTO rakes. So these are our own rakes which will transport our material, whether it is raw material or steel, apart from what we get from Indian Railways. Now, coming to the salient features of PM Gati Shakti and its impact on steel industry. So these are 8 such policy features are listed here. Integrated digital logistics system, unified logistics interface platform, which is the ULIP, standardization of physical assets and benchmarking service quality standards. This will happen under Gati Shakti. Human resource development and capability building. Engagement of states. So various states in the country will get engaged under this Gati Shakti program with budget allocations. EXIM logistics, ease of goods movement across the border. Service improvement framework. Sectoral plan for efficient logistics and facilitation of development of logistics park. Mr. Bose mentioned about Ministry of Steel highlighting certain projects which will be taken up on a fast-track basis under the Gati Shakti program. So I don't have a slide here, but I'll just name a few projects. So Ministry of Steel had asked us, and we have given 13 recommendations or 13 projects which should come under Gati Shakti. One is development of Subarnarekha Port, slurry pipeline which I mentioned, then NW5 connecting Talcher with Kalinganagar and Angul, extension of dedicated freight corridor, the East Coast Freight Corridor and the East-West Freight Corridor, expansion of Dhamra Port, Indo-Bangla Protocol riverine route, Paradip Port, development of an exclusive container terminal at Paradip Port, and some new railway lines, Nayagar to Baspani and Baspani to Barbil. So these are the 13 projects which Tata Steel has highlighted through Ministry of Steel, which needs to be taken up under PM Gati Shakti program. I will just dwell upon 2 more things. One is the NW5 to establish linkage with port. So we have been hearing about this, but nothing much has happened here. We would like the NW5 to be developed right up to Pankapal, and so that we can take material from Dhamra and Paradip to Pankapal. Pankapal is about 9 kilometers from our Kalinganagar plant. If it develops, we are even willing to look at putting up a conveyor system at Pankapal to take the material 9 to 10 kilometers into our plant and to bring steel again by the conveyor system to Pankapal for exports. So we would like NW5 to get developed as early as possible. And the second big project which we are looking for forward is the Indo-Bangladesh protocol route. Like Mr. Bose also mentioned, we were also earlier transporting or exporting material to Bangladesh through the road route, and it used to take 35 to 40 days waiting at the border. So we have also shifted everything into waterways, and we would like this Indo-Bangladesh protocol route to be working efficiently to not only export material into Bangladesh, but can also serve into northeast, Tripura, and even to Guwahati. So 2 specific projects where I have highlighted NW5, Indo-Bangladesh protocol route, and the 13 projects which we have put in through Ministry of Steel. So this is what we expect from the Gati Shakti program. Thank you.
Your ideas to bring down the logistics cost. Of course, Tata Steel is always known for innovative ways to reduce logistics cost, and also to make the Gati Shakti more effective. Thank you very much. I'll now turn to the man who has come from the source of the major energy in the country, that is MCL. Mr. Guru Rai, please.
Good afternoon, esteemed moderator sir, esteemed panelists, Chairman Paradip sir, and august audience. Today, most of the panelists in the morning half and now have touched upon this logistics part, economics, technicals of coastal shipping. So I won't be going details into it. Basically, coastal shipping involves three components. That is availability of cargo, movement of cargo from hinterland to the port, and shipment of cargo from the port to the different destinations. Here, I will basically touch upon availability of cargo, that is coal at hinterland. MCL is a subsidiary of Coal India Limited, incorporated in the year 1992-93, with a very modest production target and achievement of 23 million tons only. During that year, we evacuated around 22.6 million tons from our mines end. And over a period of time, we reached 148 million tons in 2020-21, then 168 million tons in 2021-22, and we have a very aspirational target for the year 22-23, that is 180 million tons, out of which Talcher coalfield alone will be producing 100 million tons this fiscal. And we have got a even better target of evacuation of coal, that is 200 million tons this fiscal from MCL mines. And if we go by the rail coefficient, it is around 70%, so we will be dispatching around 140 million tons by rail out of the 200 million tons. Ultimately, availability of cargo is well assured from Coal India end, which is the primary requirement for coastal shipping. Luckily and fortunately, we have also seen enhancement of unloading capacity at Paradip end, port end, with the induction of JSW terminal. It has gone up to say double the capacity from 25 rakes per day to around 55-60 rakes per day. We can safely say it is around 50 rakes per day. I think I am right, sir. And we have also adequately enhanced our infrastructure at Talcher, which is primarily moving coal to Paradip. From now present 50 rakes to around 70 rakes, which is effective pretty soon we will be doing 70 rakes. The main hurdles that was there at Talcher was the Ongul-Balram link, which has been commissioned 2 days before only. We have started taking out and placing empties through that route. So that way the congestion at Talcher end will be minimized and movement to Paradip will be increased. Now we are in a position to load around 40 rakes to Paradip per day from Talcher, and at Paradip unloading capacity, there is adequate unloading capacity also to unload 40 to 50 rakes. But only issue is movement of cargo from the mines end to the port end. There is a bottleneck of railway infrastructure in between, where at present railway is ready to move around 35 rakes per day. There is a cycle of around 10 rakes per day, which we are expecting railways, they are taking up the infrastructure development. Pretty soon they will be coming up to 40 rakes per day. So cargo availability from mines end, movement to Paradip port, and availability of cargo at Paradip for shipment is ensured. Now coming to ports, different ports in the eastern coast, eastern and southern coast, we have mainly Paradip, then we have Vizag, we have Krishnapatnam. These are the major ports handling coal. And consumers, if you see, we have linkage of about 30 rakes per day, linkage from MCL. This has to be increased to another 10-15 rakes per day. For that, we are already taken up with consumers in the central India and western part of India, mainly Rajasthan, Gujarat, Maharashtra, to utilize the ports at the western part of India, like Dahej and Kandla. And we are expecting very soon those consumers will come up with their logistics plan for movement of coal via Paradip to western India, western coast. Little bit of statistics here. Last year we moved around 24.8 million tons to Paradip, 1.3 million tons to Dhamra, and 2.5 million tons to Vizag. This year up to October we have already moved 22.2 million tons to different ports, mainly Paradip 20.4, 0.6 to Dhamra and 1.2 to Vizag. If we see the consumer breakup to Paradip, it is mainly AP Genco, Andhra Pradesh Generation Company. There is another unit, AP PDCL, Damodar Sanjeevaya, TPS in Andhra Pradesh. One joint venture, NTCL Vallur, then Naval Lignite, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka Power, Tangent Co of Tamil Nadu, Semco Energy, that is also from Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, NTPC Kurgi we just started, NTPC Kurgi. Then there is a small coastal energy and then one OPG in Tamil Nadu. So in addition to these consumers, we will be prospecting consumers from the west coast, Rajasthan, Gujarat and Maharashtra. If we see state-wise dispatches in million tons, Tamil Nadu via Paradip 16.2 during 21-22, 16.2, Andhra Pradesh via Paradip 8.4, Karnataka was only 0.2. And in this fiscal, till October we have done 6.9 for Tamil Nadu through Paradip, 5.1 for Andhra Pradesh through Paradip, and 8.4 via Paradip to Karnataka. Now talking about this west coast, there are mainly two ports we are targeting into, that is Kandla and Dahej. I have some statistics. Linkage details of some power plants with Coal India. We have got Gandhinagar TPS, Wanakburi TPS, Ukai TPS, that is from Gujarat, and we have Chhabra, Kota, Suratgarh and Kali Singh of Rajasthan. They have linkages with us. Total linkages is around 3.9 million tons with Coal India.
Pardon, sir? थोड़ा जल्दी करिए.
हाँ. So these are all statistics will be available anytime. One thing I would say, coastal shipping, we have some key findings. Paradip is expected to do 45 rakes per day. We are ready to load it, only dependent on railway to enhance their infrastructure. Vizag port can handle 5 rakes per day. Currently they are doing only 2 rakes per day. If that can be enhanced, only Tangentco is taking 2 rakes per day. Now cost of domestic coal to different power plants, different thermal power plants by all rail route is little cheaper than IRSR. But the availability of rake and infrastructure of railways are not adequate to cater to the requirements on time. So it is always better to go for coastal shipping, which is in a long term it is cost effective in the long term. Thank you.
In fact, this is a very typical case of critical infrastructure shortfall in the country. When the mine side, which is MCL, is having almost 25% of the entire deposit of the country, and this supplies coal to different states in northern, western and southern sides. Now with the JSW coal berth coming up at Paradip, the unloading is not an issue. So tomorrow I think we all will hear from the railways what plans they have to carry the offered traffic from Talcher to Paradip. Thank you, Mr. Gururai. May I now request Mr. Patel to give his presentation.
If you can start the presentation, please. You can load it. It's already loaded. A very good afternoon to all of you. Honorable Chairman, Paradip Port Authority, Honorable Deputy Chairman and Managing Director, IPA, respected Mr. Joshi, the other panelists on the dais, and respected members of various industries participating in this event. First of all, let me thank Paradip Port Authority for having given me the opportunity to be in front of you to discuss a few issues about logistics in fertilizer industries, especially IFCO. As such, I am not an expert on logistics, but definitely I am one of the industry representative where we are really required to work hard towards better and better logistic opportunities to be availed from various corners. Maybe it is a sea mode or rail mode, or it's on Indian inland waterways. And ultimately, we being the responsible fertilizer industry to take care of the food security of the country, because we are producing almost 34% of the phosphatic fertilizer requirements of the country, and that's only by IFCO. So I would just like to brief you about the activities of IFCO, and then I'll talk more about the logistics. So next slide, please. Yeah, we have 5 plants in the country. So 2 in UP, 2 are in Gujarat, and 1 at Paradip. So out of these 5 plants, we ensure that nearly 20% of the country's production of urea, that's the nitrogenous fertilizers, and nearly 34% of the country's phosphatic fertilizer production, that is being taken care of by IFCO. So every third bag of phosphatic fertilizer belongs to IFCO, and that's how we are responsible for the food security of the nation, because we have to manufacture fertilizers. It's so much told about that the chemical fertilizers are not so good, but we have learned in a very recent past that Sri Lanka had stopped importing chemical fertilizers, and ultimately they landed into a big trouble. So the chemical fertilizers cannot be just omitted out of the requirements of any country, and that's what we at India also are required to have the fertilizer production as per the available industry capacities. IFFCO has got nearly 18 joint ventures within India and outside India, and we are also responsible for producing fertilizers outside India, in Oman, in other countries where we have Senegal, where we have got Shamshir, and we also produce phosphatic fertilizer raw material, that's the phosphoric acid, in the country Jordan through our joint ventures. We also have presence in various industries and mining, especially mining industries where they mine rock phosphate like JPMC, that's in Jordan, from where we import rock phosphate for fertilizer manufacturing at IFFCO's Paradip unit. So if you see the fertilizer status, because fertilizer is very important for the crops, and the timely production of the fertilizer, that's also equally important. So what happens is that the government allocates us that the requirement of fertilizer for various states, that whatever state, as far as IFFCO Paradip unit is concerned, we are catering to the need of around 15 states, nearby states. 15 numbers of states are being fed with required fertilizer as per the allocations made by Government of India, the fertilizer department. So the 34.6% of the fertilizer, that's a phosphatic fertilizer that is being made by IFFCO's Paradip unit as well as the Kandla unit. At Paradip unit we are manufacturing nearly 2 million tons of fertilizers, whereas our Kandla unit manufactures nearly 2.4 million tons of phosphatic fertilizer. So in total it's about 4.4 million tons. Next. So IFFCO's Paradip unit, actually we manufacture sulfuric acid by burning sulfur. So sulfur is also one of our very important raw material, and 3,500 tons per day we produce sulfuric acid, having 2 plants, so total 7,000 metric tons. Phosphoric acid, it's world's largest phosphoric acid with single reactor plant, and last year we were the largest producer in the world, and that was the world record, so to say, to produce the highest phosphoric acid anywhere in the world. Any single plant with single reactor, the phosphoric acid which was produced by IFFCO Paradip unit was the highest. We also have the DAP, NP and NPK manufacturing facilities to the tune of around 6,000 tons, 2,000 tons each. We have got 3 plants. So all these plants, integrated plant altogether, this is the largest fertilizer manufacturing plant in the country. Next please. Yeah, so the intermediate products, what we call are required for the production of fertilizers is sulfuric acid and phosphoric acid, and the final products we have various grades of fertilizers, especially the phosphatic fertilizers. It may be DAP, NPS, NPK grade 1, grade 2. So they are all dependent on the crop requirements we produce, and accordingly we supply to the different states through our cooperative marketing services. So if you see the material flow, actually we require sulfur to produce sulfuric acid. Then we also need rock phosphate. Rock phosphate is one of the major commodity which we import for manufacturing phosphoric acid. We also import sometimes the potash, as well as we import ammonia. Using the phosphoric acid and sulfuric acid and ammonia, we produce ultimately the final fertilizer, that is the DAP, NP or NPS, NPK grade 1 and grade 2, based on the market demand. So the material handling, actually whatever incoming and outgoing materials which we handle, I'd like to brief you with that the finished product is nearly 2 million tons, which we are handling through rail route. Partially we are handling fertilizers through roadways, So total about 20 lakh tons we produce in a year. So nearly 18 lakhs tons of fertilizer is dispatched through rail. But nearly 2 lakhs is either dispatched through road mode or sea mode. We have the facilities of container stuffing. We get it stuffed within our plant, in our bagging plant, and we send it to the Paradip port, and through that we send to different places, especially in the southern part of India. The required fertilizer is supplied through coastal route. Now per year we produce 2 million tons, and 15 states are supplied with fertilizers. And to make this vision of Make in India and to reduce dependency on fertilizer, the dispatch is going to increase by 15% to 2.3 million tons. In fact, we have already got the approvals from State Pollution Control Board and Ministry of Environment and Forests, Union Ministry, to increase our production from 20 lakh tons to 23 lakh tons to meet the requirement of the country. In fact, after the Russia-Ukraine war, the condition of the international market is also gone worse to worst. The availability of the fertilizers in the international market is also very, very limited. And let me tell you that our country is not self-sufficient with respect to the production of the fertilizers. We need to import fertilizers. And to meet the demand of the country, over a period of 1 year, on an average, 6 to 8 million tons of urea fertilizer, that's a nitrogenous fertilizer, and nearly 3.5 to 4 million tons of phosphatic fertilizers are imported as on date. Now, to reduce the imports and to make sure that the fertilizers are available within the country, IFFCO has gone into two aspects. One is to increase the existing plants' capacities. With that, we need the extra raw materials, and we also have to have good logistic options for dispatching the product. At the same time, we are also have identified the alternate of the fertilizer, and that's the nano fertilizer, which I'll talk about. So if you see year on year, the 2010-11 to 2021-22, the statistics of the total fertilizer dispatches have gradually, very slowly changed, and that is because only and only because of the raw materials. We have to import the entire raw materials for manufacturing fertilizers from outside the world, they are not available in India. So we are totally dependent on port facilities, and our Paradip port, we have a captive berth over there, and where we handle nearly 4.5 million tons of the raw materials, which are directly sent to the plant through pipelines to it or through conveyors. The bulk materials we get transported through built conveyors. So the fertilizer productions, once upon a time we were producing at 16.54 in the year 18-19, which has gone to 21.5 this year we are expecting to, and next year we are going to achieve around 23 lakh tons of fertilizer production. So the 4.5 million tons solid and liquid cargo together we are importing, and we also have certain requirements of the other inputs to the industry, and that is nearly 2.5 lakh tons of coal, which we received from MCL. Till last year we were getting regularly from MCL, but because of certain limitations and especially the priorities being given to the power industries, so we are now dependent on port to import coal, and imported coal is being used for producing fertilizers to somewhat extent. Next please. So the raw material intake scenario, as I explained you, that's also you can see that the total raw material, the sulfur, rock phosphate, coal, ammonia, urea. Urea is also one of the raw materials for manufacturing phosphatic fertilizers, and urea itself is also a fertilizer. So what we import is a technical grade urea, which cannot be used as a fertilizer in our country. Potash also we import, and sulfuric acid. Although we are having a capacity of nearly 7,000 metric tons of sulfuric acid production, we still need to import sulfuric acid to cope up with the requirement of the increased production. So at present we have the world's largest phosphate fertilizer plant which can produce 2,650 as 100% capacity, but we are producing to the tune of 3,000 to 3,600 tons per day to meet our additional requirement of production as directed by Government of India to meet the requirement of the fertilizer for the domestic purposes. Next please. So we cover nearly 15 destinations which are surrounding Orissa, state of Orissa, and all these 15 states. Actually it's not on our whims and fancies that we can supply the materials to any state. It's all dependent on the requirement of the states submitted to the fertilizer ministry, and accordingly the Ministry of Fertilizers, actually they provide us the directions that how much fertilizer is to be supplied to which state. So IFFCO is mostly utilizing all the available transportation modes, I would say, but rail is the major one. So through rails, almost every day, we on an average 2.25 to 2.5 rakes are loaded, and we are supplying fertilizers to various parts of the country. The other option what we have, that is this is about the rail dispatches. So what we do is that for the railway dispatches, we do not have the railway siding within the plant. So that was actually, basically this plant was taken over from Oswal Chemicals and Fertilizers. As such, IFFCO has got 5 plants in India. All the 4 plants of IFFCO, they are all equipped with built-in railway siding within the plant site. But unfortunately, the plants are at IFFCO's Paradip unit, which is world's largest phosphoric acid manufacturing plant, I would say. But still, unfortunately, that does not have the in-house railway siding available with us. So we need to transport our fertilizers from the plant to the nearby railway siding, which is also under Paradip port only, and through that railway siding we are dispatching. So nearly 2.25 to 2.5 rakes every day we are dispatching through rail route. Rest of the nearly 2.5 lakh tons of fertilizers are being dispatched through road mode or coastal route using containerized movement. So in case of containerized movement, actually what we do that we use the PICT terminal that is available as a clean cargo terminal in Paradip port. So we stuff the containers within the plant, we transport by road to PICT terminal, and from there it is dispatched to various states, especially Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Kerala. Since we are suffering on the logistics path, especially the non-availability of the rail siding within the plant site, so we are required to multiple handling. Actually, what happens that the fertilizer is required to be loaded onto the trucks once, they are to be unloaded at the railway siding and again to be loaded onto the rakes, which otherwise is not the case with IFFCO's other units, where what we do is that in the bagging plant itself we have the rail facilities and we just load it and it gets dispatched on a single go. So this creates unnecessary additional expenditure for IFFCO. So mode of transport as far as the sea is concerned, the major limitation what we are facing as of now is that the sea route, if we are trying to dispatch the fertilizers which are required on time-bound manner, but unfortunately the stuffed containers, when we are dispatching it to the port berth of PICT, and from there it has to reach the destinations, and it takes nearly good time, maybe 10 days, 15 days time, and thereafter again at the port because of the congestion of the vessels and all. So it takes very long time to get it unloaded, and then further it has to be dispatched to the destination points where we sell fertilizers. So it takes very long time, and that's why this particular mode of transport, that is the containerized fertilizer batch movement, that is very restricted. Our proposed action plans I would like to talk about. That is the railway siding inside the plant. Actually we are working with this. Unfortunately that could not happen till last year, and ultimately about in the year 2016 December we got a directive from Paradip port to identify our own railway siding somewhere away from where we are operating because of the expansion of the port capacities. So in that context, we had identified one location where Container Corporation of India, they have already worked on it, and one of the railway siding that is for handling fertilizers is going to be ready within a week's time, and we will be starting our operations for rail dispatches of the fertilizers from that railway siding. But that particular railway siding is also about 10 kilometers far from the IFCO's Paradip unit, and that leads us to extra expenditure as well as multiple handling of the fertilizer bags. So that is another issue, and that's why we are looking forward that if it, by any policies, by any means, if IFCO can be helped to have the railway siding inside the plant. Riverine jetty, yes, that was actually, we have one excellent facility, and that is the Mahanadi River is very close to our plant. Unfortunately, so far that available way of transportation, that was the inland waterways transportation route, that was not explored so far. But with the help of Paradip Port Authority, we could make it, and with the permissions from state government as well as different parts of the different ministries of government of India, we could ultimately get it cleared in the month of April 2022 that Riverine jetty has got approved, commission, and we have started dispatching gypsum. Because gypsum, actually what happens that when we produce fertilizer, actually phosphoric acid is one of the main constituent, and when we have to produce fertilizer, that's phosphoric acid. Every ton of phosphoric acid, totally we are using around 3,000 tons of phosphoric acid every day. But when we produce 3,000 tons, we produce 15,000 tons of gypsum. So it is almost 5 times the production of the acid which also gets generated, and that gypsum can have several utilization in various industries. Gypsum itself is also a fertilizer. In addition to as a fertilizer usage, we also have other options to use it as a raw material for production of GRF panels and gypsum boards. Then cement industries, they are using nearly 5% of the cement manufacturing capacity is 5% is required as a gypsum as a filler. So the cement plants also need it. So the demand is high. And one more thing, that the gypsum, as it is not available easily to the cement plants in the country, so they import gypsum from outside world. The cost of gypsum is varying from 2,000 to 3,000 rupees a ton when we are importing natural gypsum from outside the country. Whereas this phosphogypsum, what is available with us and other fertilizer, phosphatic fertilizer plants like PPL and Coromandel, who hold the, we three are the major holders of this gypsum, and we at Paradip unit have nearly 5 crore tons of gypsum available. So the movement of gypsum from Paradip unit to various parts of the country, to various cement plants, as well as we can also have, if this IWAI, that waterways, if those facilities of movement of gypsum to various waterways terminals, if they are getting established, and the small entrepreneurs, the industrialists are ready and they are really enthusiastic, if the industries based on this gypsum as a raw material can be started. So the logistics availability through riverine route for movement of gypsum will make a sea change even for the development of our state of Odisha. So, yeah, please. Okay, this is the route through which right now we have the movement of gypsum from plant siding to Paradip Port, and with the help of kindness of Paradip Port Authority, they permitted us to utilize their railway siding for dispatching gypsum to various cement plants and other users. Even we are dispatching to nearby stations to Nepal, from where it is transported through road mode to Nepal. This is the riverine jetty where we can load up to 2,000 tons of each barge vessels, and in a day we can handle 2 to 3 vessels as such. But unfortunately, due to non-availability of sufficient rakes at our Paradip port, siding, especially we need look for box and wagons, and those rail racks are not available sufficient. Otherwise, this river and jetty can be used to dispatch on a day at least 5 to 6,000 tons of gypsum to meet the requirement of the cement plants, which otherwise is being made by importing gypsum from outside. So quickly can go, please. Go ahead. So with the river and jetty we can avoid road transportation. We are also looking forward to have permanent river jetty in future if we can have the identified terminals which can be used by the user industries, then we can definitely look forward to have a permanent river jetty. Next please. Yeah, the various national waterways are available, and we are also looking forward to identify certain cement plants who would like to have our gypsum to be dispatched to them. Next. So next please. So there are various advantages of river jetty, and that's very sure that if IWI in collaboration with Paradip Port authorities and IFCO, we all together, we are looking forward to have better solution to movement of especially gypsum and also for fertilizers. Even in future we are looking forward to import liquid cargoes like Haldia refinery. They are willing to supply us the liquid sulfur, and if that can be transported on barges through tankers, then we can have our facilities to unload that to our plant. So there are various constraints also which I already discussed. Next please. So we need different supports that also have been identified and been mentioned by me. Next please. And the road ahead is very clear that we are looking forward to boost the economy by reducing the cost of transportation, and at present we are suffering because of the cost of transportation, especially the limitations on the logistics, and I'm sure with this PM Gati Shakti program definitely will be benefited, and especially the increased riverine route and availability of the rail siding within the plant premises can make a big solution, and game changer it can be proved. Yeah, and thank you. And one small information I wish to give, that one way is that to have the logistics facilities for the industry like IFCO, but at the same time IFCO has gone into the development or innovation of a fertilizer, that is a nano fertilizer. A nano fertilizer, many of you might have heard, it has been displayed at various events even by Government of India, that one 500 ml bottle of nano fertilizer is equivalent to 50 kilogram bag of a fertilizer. So it is a small sized fertilizer, liquid fertilizer that can meet the requirement of a 50 kg bag for a farmer, and that's how one rake of fertilizer being loaded and dispatched can be dispatched in one small truck of around 10 tons capacity. So you can imagine it is a big change in logistic requirements. So if logistics are not available, we'll have to look forward that how we can avoid logistics and go into other options. And that too, it is a very environment friendly option, because it will be reducing the possible fertilizer, as well as the soil contamination because of the chemical fertilizer. So that will also be reduced to a great extent. The effectiveness of fertilizer utilization is also quite high with nano fertilizer. So I thank once again the PPA authorities and all the respected Joshi sir for giving me permission to present my
Mr.
work.
Patel. That is really out of box. Thank you very much. May I now call upon Captain Verma to please.
Respected Chairman sir, respected boss sir, my dignitaries on the dais, my friends and colleagues from the fraternity. Before I begin, I have not come with any presentation or any data or statistics. I was sitting next to Patel sir, and he looked at my plate and he said, "You're not having any food." I said, "I'm not feeling hungry because there are so many people, senior people around here in front of whom I need to present or share some stats." So I begin with, sir, we at Samsara Group, we are handling close to about 6,000 vessels call in India, and India handles about 45,000 vessels call every year. If I take the present scenario in shipping, container vessel trade, which is from the time of arrival of the vessel to the commencement of the cargo. I'll be talking very basics at this moment, how the operation works, because I have been always an operations person. So container industry, if we talk about, from the 2 hours time from the arrival or the berthing of the vessel to the commencement of cargo has been brought down from 2 hours to 30 minutes or maybe 20 minutes. But if we talk about bulk, break bulk, tanker and other segments of the cargo, the commencement take at least 2 to 3 hours, which we as a trade, for the service recipient and the service provider, there are right people here who can take this challenge head on and bring down that time from 3 hours to about 45 minutes. With 45,000 vessels call, we are talking of 125,000 hours in a year. And if we are increasing to the capacity what was spoken today 3 times, then we are talking of 300,000 hours in a year purely on the vessel arrival and departure. This is just one simple aspect of it. Congestion, as we all know, is a cost of about 0.2 USD per ton to 0.5 USD per ton for the vessel waiting outside the port limits when she is waiting for her turn for the berthing, which is a very huge amount of cost which is paid by the owners and the service recipient indirectly, and that cost translates to us in an indirect manner. It reaches finally to as an end user. So this is also one aspect. On the eastern side, if we talk about, we have the ports which have a huge drafts available, but western side we still have the challenges and limitation in terms of the draft availability, which shall be looked upon. Because this is very important. I am coming from sea to land. I will come to one point every one by one point basically. So this is from the sea point of view. The deep drafts are required on the western front. In terms of vessel handling, Paradip port has gone into mechanization. Other ports also are going into mechanization, but where the bulk raw material is handled manually, the utilization, the turnaround of the vessel is very poor, which is another limiting factor. If we talk about turning around of a 60,000 or a 70,000 vessel, taking 10 or 12 hours additional in a port is again huge cost to the service recipient basically. If we talk about the evacuation and the clearance of the cargo, this has been another major challenging factor which both sides can comprehend on this basically. I'm talking 2015, we have a facility lying idle for almost 3 years, a private container terminal which was built in Bombay, but due to various reasons it could not be started. This was an initiative taken by both sir, and we could move the entire ro-ro traffic from the Bombay Port Trust to that private terminal. We were operating with a efficiency of car to 20 to 45 cars an hour, and shifting to a private terminal we achieved a productivity of 180 cars per hour, reducing the turnaround time of the vessel by almost 60 to 70 hours. So this is the efficiency which is required in terms of the cargo handling. Whether we talk about break bulk cargoes or we talk about any other cargo other than bulk mechanized handling. Bulk mechanized handling is handling at the optimum level already. We talk about the evacuations of the cargo. If I talk about the western corridors at this moment, DFC, though it is partly ready at this moment, but is playing a very important role. DFC from 75 hours, which is from North India to Mundra or JNPT, has brought down the transit time to 55 hours. And with the full implementation of the DFC, we expect this to come to 40 hours. So almost 50% of the time saving if the DFC corridor is fully implemented. I have a very recent example to share. We were handling the break bulk consignment for one of the major steel people in Kanla. And due to the rice export ban, there was a severe shortage of the trucks available in Kanla. So we have approached the Indian Railways, and at this moment I would say all authorities, whether you talk of port, whether you talk of customs or railways, they are approachable, they hear your problems, they lend their ears and they come out with solution. Within 1.5 days time, we have got rakes back to back to evacuate that cargo. And the best part of this was the tuck, which takes a transit time of close to about 96 to 120 hours. The train, the Indian Railways has made this cargo reached in 36 hours of time. And this was because of the DFC in place. So these are the good things which I am seeing from last 10 years. There has been a paradigm shift in the industry in terms of procedural compliances, in terms of the authorities' acceptance of the trade. They call for the stakeholder meetings, they listen to their problem, they try to find out the solutions. So this has been a great game changer. If I talk about the transparency, Mishra sir mentioned of the faceless transaction for the custom clearance. There has been a sea change in custom clearance which is taking place in a very short span of time at this moment. In terms of vessel operator, vessel owner, or as vessel agents, when we are talking of the vessel clearance and formalities, port community system, which has been now further being integrated into a unified logistics portal, will be another game changer, because all stakeholders from the industry, which will include port, which will include customs, immigration, CISF, service recipient, transporters, everybody will be on the one portal, so the decision making will become much more easier, which I am already seeing from last 10 years that it is happening. It's very easy to basically at this moment get the acceptance of the vessel done, clearance of the vessel done. Yeah, much more efficiency is needed when the vessel arrives, that we need to dwell upon. One most important thing which Bhushan Kumarji mentioned, we are handling cruise vessels also. And if I go back to, let's say, 2015 or 16, cruise vessels are coming with passengers of, Bosa knows that very well, 3,000 to 5,000 passengers. And to get the passengers cleared, it was taking at least about 3 to 4 hours. And at the time of departure also it was 1 to 2 hours. So, and these cruise vessels plan an itinerary of 12 hours in the port. They have to carry out their scheduled itinerary, which is to the visit to the city or any location. They have to come back and go back on board. They do not want to change the itinerary. This is like an airplane landing in time and departing in time. But with the implementation of the passenger manifest system by the immigration, which is a major game changer, these clearance of 3 to 5,000 passengers takes only about 30 to 40 minutes now. So like Goa Cruise Terminal, infrastructure planning is coming up. They have a future vision of next 20-25 years. In terms of infrastructure planning, the rotation in terms of cargo or the crew or the passengers, but the otherwise the back-end integration which has been done in last 10 years has been phenomenal. In terms of cost, which I sincerely believe is to mitigate the ambiguity and uncertainty in the shipping and logistics business, and which can only happen if the complete transparency comes into the system, which is happening in, again repeating my thing, it's happening in last year, 10 years. And Gati Shakti is one such platform which will further boost this overall handling of the shipping and logistics business and bringing in complete transparency. And surely we will achieve the target of $32 billion, $1 trillion, which government is looking at by 2047. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And we all share your optimism on the schemes that has come up. Any questions or clarification? Anybody from the audience, please?
Hello. Yeah. So just I want to clarify what Mr. Manas Bose has told, that you are having limestone reserves in Rajasthan, you want to bring back coastal shipping. Already we have been able to market the Paradip port for the logistics of the thermal coal coastal shipping to western ports. Already Guru has spoken on that. So Already Rajasthan has gone for 6 lakh tons tender. And then Gujarat is going for another 5-6 lakhs. Both put together about 1 million as a test case. So the vessels will come and return in empty condition. So if we can work out with the Gujarat Genco as well as Rajasthan Genco and say all the government organizations can put together, work out and share the benefits, and if we can back to back loading both sides, it can happen. So through Paradip port and Kandla and Dahej other side. In the Kandla you can use it, the Kandla part, so that will work out. And then
actually the problem was coming not on that loading, that 600 kilometers the railway linkage from Rajasthan to Kandla. There's no other port. So that becomes a real multimodal example.
Exactly.
And because of multiple handling, number of agencies involved, it is not a very smooth operation. So now this kind of integrated approach which hopefully will...
And if you really want to work out, we can have an agreement with Paradip, Kandla and SAIL.
Yes, sir.
Along with both the Gencos. So we can have a combined MOU and work out the logistics in that part.
Another issue, sir, here, once logistics infrastructure comes up, it's fine. But you have to have an operator also coming up in the same way. You have to have a multimodal operator also coming, because nobody is interested to deal with, piecemeal.
Exactly. You should have an end-to-end contract.
Exactly.
So people,
so that is an ecosystem which you have.
We will provide a total logistics solution.
Yeah, something like that.
End-to-end contract. So first if you can have a MOU, then we can go for it.
We will discuss.
This is a very good thing you have projected now, because MT is coming. Unnecessarily empty vessels are coming to Paradip.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Patel, sir. What you have been referring to this issue that you don't have a siding.
Yeah,
what is the problem?
It was basically the original investor who invested for the plant.
But now you can set up.
Now we need to set up.
No, sir. What has happened? We have a yard in Vizag, steel stock yard. It is in a private land. We didn't have the connectivity. We have been applying to railways. Now, although we paid the money, because of this Gati Shakti scheme has been launched, now railway said that old scheme is gone, you come under Gati Shakti. And we are already doing that.
So we are also trying, we are already approached, and we are looking forward.
And your office is here only, your railway office, Chandrasekhar Puri is only going to handle this better. Okay.
Yes, please.
Nano fertilizer, actually, the requirement of the fertilizer of the country, it's known to you now that its domestic consumption is more than domestic production. What happens is that the nano fertilizer is going to play two things. One is that nano fertilizer is a liquid fertilizer packed in 500 ml bottles, and that is a concentrated liquid in nanoparticle forms to the tune of around 30 nanometers, that's the size of the particles. If these are sprayed directly onto the leaves, the plants will absorb it, take it, and the absorption efficiency of the fertilizer component, like nano urea is right now manufactured in one of our IFCO's plants. So that can be absorbed directly by the plant, and the absorption efficiency of that nutrient is around 80%. Whereas the conventional fertilizer which we sprayed onto the soil, 40% of that fertilizer is going to the crop, 60% is going onto the soil. It gets wasted, it gets absorbed into the soil, or it washed out into the water. So it creates environment issues also. At the same time, the fertility of the soil is also getting down. So this fertilizer, that nano fertilizer product, will be available in our country. Right now, nano urea is already available, nearly 4 crore of bottles that have been sold to various parts of the country, and almost all the states are provided with. What will happen is that it will be a game changer for the government, because the fertilizer, when it is produced, right now we produce DAP or urea. One bag of urea, the fertilizer subsidy cost is nearly 2,000 rupees to 4,000 rupees per bag, which is borne by Government of India, whereas the farmer pays only 266 rupees. Same is the case with DAP and other fertilizers, where 2,500 rupees per bag of DAP, what we produce and sell in the market, government pays 2,500 rupees. We charge only 1,350 rupees from a farmer. Now all this payment of subsidy is going to industries, because ultimately it is reimbursed to industries. That will not be required with this nano fertilizer. So we are selling at present the nano urea bottle at 220 rupees, 25 rupees, 225 rupees against 266 rupees bag, and government pays subsidies. Now that subsidy payment has gone out. So the subsidy bill of government per year is nearly 1 lakh crores. So that will also be gradually diminishing with the increased production of nano urea or nano DAP, and for that in Paradip unit we are going to establish world's first nano DAP plant, which will be operational next year by December 2023.
Compliments. Are you making any changes in the production cycle also?
Production cycle of plants?
Yes.
Yes, we will look forward. Right now we are establishing the ideas and thinking of getting permissions from, because it's a controlled commodity. So fertilizer, whatever we, even if we wish to export, there are so many other countries who are willing to import, but whether we will be permitted to export or not, that we are looking into, we are discussing internally. And once the nano fertilizer production, initially the requirement will be to match the gap. Actually whatever we are importing has to be reduced to zero. That is the first requirement as stated to us by Government of India. Once that is met, we are going to manufacture at 10 locations the nano fertilizer plants. Now at present only one location is operative. 2 more plants are coming up in next 3 months. 2 more plants in Bengaluru and 1 more in Jharkhand. So these 2 plants are also likely to come up another 4 months time. Ours will be taking longer time because we are the first to produce nano, we will be producing nano DAP. So once all these plants are operational and the HURL, Hindustan Urvarak Refinery Limited, this fertilizer limited, so with that the additional production of urea, so all this together will complete the requirement of the domestic fertilizer. Thereafter more nano plants will come up, and our requirement of fertilizer from import, the subsidy payments by government will be reducing.
Is it patented or it's any IPR rights you have got?
In the
technology, is it patented or any?
Technology is patented. Unfortunately or fortunately, we have patented that technology because we have spent crores and crores of rupees, but we have shared free of cost with Government of India for RCF and NFL. Thank you.
Anybody?
So thank you. I must thank the PPA chairman and the organizers for putting such a eminent and knowledgeable panel. A huge round of applause for each of our speakers, please. Now these 2 schemes, Gati Shakti and logistics plan, they are too recent for any fact checks. But this is the job of such seminars and discussions where one can point out certain pitfalls or suggest improvements to the policymakers to come out with better policies afterwards. Gati Shakti, if you see the 2 legs on which this program stands is, one is synchronization of 16 departments for better decision making and all. We heard in the first session itself and from that time onwards how the data availability is put up in one place and how the funding also is monitored from one place. Okay. Now we have seen in the past, we have taken the route of departmental or bureaucracy controlled monitoring, which is basically a Chinese model as opposed to the UK model of IDA, Industrial Development Agency, where the domain experts are the monitoring agencies. It's okay, we are comfortable and we have been seeing this part. Only thing is, we have seen that even if there are more than 1 department, only 2 departments, how difficult it becomes in this country to actually manage that. I'll give you one example. You are all familiar with the concept. In the morning, chairman was mentioning about Salegaon to Paradip new route. You know, in 2015, when Mr. Nitin Gadkari, the Honorable Minister, floated the idea of having a railway company within the port ministry for last mile connectivity to the port, I had attended the first meeting in the which was taken by the Secretary Shipping, which was the concept of IPRCL, and the Shipping Ministry proposed that this new organization under the Shipping Ministry will take up construction of new railway lines to Paradip. Immediately Ministry of Railways opposed it on the ground that they were also going for capacity expansion, so that will go waste, and therefore this idea was shelved. And today the body which was created, the IPRCL, has become the railway service provider to the port sector itself. Now imagine if this idea was sold by the two ministries and that Salegaon Paradip had been started in 2015 or 16. Today we would not have been talking about it, we would be reaping the fruit out of it. So my point is, synchronization of 16 government departments will require a very strict and a very strong headmaster. The second leg on which this scheme stands is the funding. Now, initially when this was discussed, this was supposed to be envisaged as a self-financing scheme, this Gati Shakti. Ultimately, the version that has come out is the funding will be through government agencies and the funds will be accrued through monetization of government assets. Now, when we talk of monetization, we have to see the recent history and be very cautious about it. What happened to Air India? How many years it has taken for monetization? What is happening to Concur? What is happening to BPCL, LIC? These are all up for grabs for monetization or generating money from the government. Now, if we have to achieve this 6 million ton or 32 million ton by 47 and all, we have to learn from the histories. And whatever is required for getting the money from alternate sources, that must be done very soon. I'll give you again the example of coal. Now, coal mines were opened up in 2020 after the Supreme Court judgments. 64 coal mines were auctioned for commercial use in 2020. Only 2 have become functional till now. And Government of India has issued notice to 16 others for the delay, and they are threatening of surrendering these mines. Now, this will require a lot of synchronization and coordination and all for the coal miners to generate their company. So, if these two aspects are taken care of, I think Gati Shakti is a very good concept and we can derive a lot of benefits. As I said, we have a lot of catching up to do. From 18% in the 50s, we come down to 6-7% of world economy. Now we are now struggling to go back to 18-20% again. Now come to logistics. The first strategy is that railway share will go up to 40%. Really? Is railway prepared to accept that kind of share? Very recently you have all seen, to enhance the coal transportation, 1,000 passenger trains were cancelled by the country. And coal transportation was done to the neglect or to the detriment of all other commodities. So if we are capable today of taking 40% more share, why did it happen? Obviously, we are not ready, railways is not ready. Now, any kind of capacity building or capacity creation requires money. If you go through the reports of the controller and auditor general, CAG reports, all is not well with the monetary situation in the railways. Their OR, the operating ratio, has gone up well above 100. That means they are spending more than 100 rupees to earn 100 rupees. That is the situation. So from where do they get money for capacity creation? If you see the recent budgets, railway gets money either from capital fund or from the development from or from the DRF. three sources. If you see the budgets recently, most of the railway projects are funded by EBS, that is the extra budgetary resources. Now, extra monetary basically in layman's terms is either PPP or monetization or loan. Now, somehow or other, the PPP is not catching up the way it has caught up with the air or the road sectors or with the shipping sectors. And monetization is hardly, if you think of it, railways have the second largest land holding in the country after probably the defense sector. Now, there is a tremendous scope for monetization, but it is yet to start in that scale. Therefore, railway share to 40%, we have to try very, very hard. Even the passenger train privatization had to be withdrawn and scrapped, that policy recently. Roll on and roll off, that is one of the strategy that has been mentioned in the logistics plan. Now, roll on, roll off is nothing new. In late 1990s, 94, 95, this was started from Shalimar to Bangalore. Loaded trucks loaded onto the flats and taken to Bangalore. The problem was that you were loading only one truck per flat, which doesn't work out. If you see in where Europe, northern Italy, Switzerland, across the northern Alps, they carry about 6 to 8 vehicles per flat. Now that kind of revolutionizing thought has to come if RoRo is a very good concept, because you save in fuel, you save in carbonization of the fuel, you save the time, and at a time you are carrying a lot of weight on by the rail, but then implementation is the issue. Now let's say waterways, that is the most emphasis in this program has been given to the waterways. Indian Waterways Authority was established in 1986, and about 105 national waterways have been delineated. Today, the share of waterways in total transportation is a mere 2%, 23 plus 14, 37 years. I know of a study in 1999, which was an interministerial study. The cement plants from Bilaspur cluster, they wanted cement to go to Shalimar, and there is already a jetty available at Shalimar, and from there to northern India. The studies found out that there are problems of navigation, warehousing, standard governing procedures, and mostly connectivity from the destination to inwards. Today, we are talking of the same issues today. Yes, we are glad and we have reason to be optimistic, because during the last 5 years, there has been 19% growth in inland waterways traffic. But then you have to think that this 19% has come out of almost zero. The base years, the traffic handling was almost negligible. Indo-Bangladesh, I think that was spoken of here. During last 4 months, I have visited Bangladesh twice in connection with a new railway line that they are laying in Bangladesh, including one SEZ. That is a country with logistics nightmare, and a lot can be done. And we, in our country as Indians, we have a lot of stake in this. To connect to our northeastern states and to avoid that chicken neck of 50 kilometers wide, where logistics or movement is always a problem. We have been hearing of restrictions for railway movement, from the day we joined in early 80s on that line. So to avoid this situation, this Indo-Bangla protocol and the traffic moving to Assam and beyond from Indian states via Bangladesh, it is in our interest. We are happy that Mr. Arnath, the chairman, who happens to be also the Kolkata Port chairman, has recently done the successful trial of a shipment on this route, and let us hope that this will catch up very fast.
The third example I would like to give in waterways is Mahakalpada. After retirement, I came back to Orissa in 2015. In all meetings of logistics, I am hearing of Mahakalpada. This is 7 years now. I would like to meet a person who has visited Mahakalpada and seen 7 bricks at Mahakalpada. So it's not easy. We have to do a lot of catching up. Last week there was a news that 116 infrastructure projects are to be closed due to land issues, land and other issues, but basically land, and these are mainly railways and roadway issues. Now that brings us to the third aspect of the topic today, sustainable industrial development. Now industrial development means the first issue that comes to your mind is land. From 1951 to 1990, 2.2 crore people were displaced by various projects. Displaced from their land. 51% are still awaiting rehabilitation. Can you blame them if there is a resistance? Think of another aspect. 80% of the tribal people for whom there is a special land acquisition arrangement, 80% of the tribal people live in the belly region of our country. Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, North Maharashtra, South Gujarat. 80% of tribal. And 100% of chrome ore, 90% of all coal, 95% of bauxite, more than 50% of iron ore exists in this region. Things to ponder about. World War II gave rise to the concept of carpooling because of the shortage of fuel. I think there is time we have to think of common use of land and land pooling for various infrastructure and industries in the country. But there is hope for optimism. I am with Captain Verma when he said that the things are changing and people are more receptive today and all. Now optimism also stems out of 2-3 factors which have come up recently. One is the infrastructure vision of 2047, which has been mentioned by Chairman and others in the morning. That talks of an investment of 835 to 870 lakh crores. Let me repeat that figure. 870 lakh crores investment for the next 25 years. 2. The Indo-Bangladesh protocol route, as I said, the trial has been successfully conducted by Kolkata port, and let us hope that this will catch on now to the benefit of the country. The third is in Banaras 2-3 days back, jetties, multiple jetties have been inaugurated to facilitate river transportation. No, these are positives, and we should hope for the benefit of the country that sooner rather than later all these plans and policies that we are talking about through Gati Shakti and logistics, they fructify and the country benefit as a whole. I must thank all of you for giving a patience hearing even at such end of the session. You had interest to interact with our panelists. I also thank Mr. Harnath, the chairman, and Mr. Bose, the deputy chairman, and all of you for having invited us to share our thoughts during the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joshi, for those thought-provoking words that should be remembered and learned from. What an absolutely brilliant session that was. May I request Sri T.N. Sondhi, Financial Advisor and CAO PPA to please join us on stage and felicitate the Honorable Moderator and esteemed panelists with tokens of love and gratitude. Can we have a round of applause for the Moderator and panelists, please? Where industry leaders share their expertise and experience, the session is bound to be insightful. Thank you so much, Honorable Moderator, for also adding a little bit of wit and humor that was much needed at the post-lunch session. and for those excellent observations and thought sharing. Thank you to all the esteemed panelists for sharing their views, experiences. We are indeed privileged to have such special panelists for this truly enlightening session. Beautiful Patachitra and Angabastra for all the panelists and the moderator. PPA is always known for thoughtful hospitality and beautiful souvenirs. Thank you, Shri for doing the honors. I think a group photo will keep this moment alive in our hearts forever. Thank you once again, the entire panel. And that is the last session for the day. Join us for tea and coffee, and don't forget to join us for dinner 7:30 onwards at the same venue, and see you tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. for yet another enlightening session. Thank you. Jai Hind. Vande Utkal Janani.